That's how fucking bad this is. Myself. Myself. Right. Subscription? Good. If my nope, it's just not even plugged in. That's why I'm stupid. I'm a dumbie. I'm a dumbo. Trying to my fucking self. Alright, let's try that again. Nah, more Donkey Kong. There you go. That'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Save that tweet. I know I haven't sent the other one. Find my shit. Okay. Game related. There we go. Wonderful. Do this number, that number, and this. Build. Others. Okay. Here, wait for it to upload. Take the link to this. Back to the original tweet. Boom. Now for music. Lord knows motherfuckers are gonna complain that there's no music. What do I want? I want things loading reverbed. Even after that's done, I think I'll put on funk. There's no way I'm getting this done in an hour. Not in my life. Okay. It's clean enough. think I'd ever finally get here? Alright, PC, silver parts. No motherfucker's gonna keep asking, what are your parts, Carl? Carl, what are your parts? I posted parts as many places that I can as much, and as long as I can. So I'm just gonna immediately break this shit. If one is physically on this system. Also, oh whoa, Titans on that. Night night. Who's ready to see me potentially bend a pen? I have fucking nightmares about it. Bending my pens. Utter buffoon. Me about what everything is now. You all are cognizant of resident mind. You know how to use things. Step, and I think the only thing that I've forgotten is the stick that I need to put the Windows thing on so that I can actually do the thing. This is technically a soldering map. This is everything that should be necessary. Sure, I do not do That's a weird thing for that to smell like. also gonna be a freaking tire strain. Plastic wrap. Question mark. Stop it, Jay. I'm in my house. My pants were secured around my waist. I don't complain when I see your crack. Now the question becomes, when was the last time that happened? I got you. Now? Later. I need to call a tech guy. Ow! Shit! What? I did not forget your water! This stuck my toe! Just call my name randomly! Inwards. That checking the toenail's gonna bother me. That's gonna blow it into a welt. Then I'll have a blister under my toenail, and that's not gonna be comfortable. Thanks, Ma. minutes, or whenever I remember to. So this band goes on me, and I connect that to the mat. And this gets connected to the board, and this is connected to the mat, so that it does not get shock damage. Is that right? Also below. This is where the Linux Tech Tip video about how to build PCs is about to be turned on. Yes. You have eyes. Certificate of reliability. SATA cables. SATA cables. And your screws with a or the chipset. Get that in the box. Right. Processors, plus AMD's updated name of the processors to AMD Ryzen. Detach, please. Originally named 3010 AMD Ryzen Radeon graphics processor, renamed to AMD Ryzen 5000 series PCIe already. Into a updated board. severe damage and cause attack power. Board layout. Okay. So, orientation. I'm looking at it from the side. We have DR4, dim B1, dim B2, dim B3, which is our 6 DR4 RAM slots. ATX power connectors. CPU. Water cooling. I normally not use it. Four RGB headers. Not two, block three. AMD serial AV, connectors. There are jumpers, panel connectors, connectors, your port connector, and one panel audio connector. Then I have my PCIe slots for expansion. I have two of them. What is this jack thing? Is this a heatsink? Yes. Okay, central processing unit. Time for AM4. AM4. Designed for Ryzen 3 and 2 generations. Has a different pin output design. Ensure that you run with the AM4 slot. Yes. Not force the CPU into the socket to prevent bending connectors in the socket and damaging the CPU. That's one correct orientation. Yay. This is the stressful part, ladies and gentlemen. This is where the timeline detective video goes on the screen.
Thinking ahead of time, why don't you spend the night? I know you love me. Pick up and roll the dice, reading between the lines. I know you love me. We can book a flight, wake up in paradise. Above us. Tell me you're down the ride, and you can bet your life no one above you. So hold on, can't stop. So hold on, can't stop.
Linus, show me your face. Show me your face. Show me your face. Okay. No. Or yes. Yes. This. 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 That. No. Wonderful. That. This. 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 Where I have a screen set up just for this. Window capture 1. I think it is. No. Yes. Help me, Linus. Help me.
Alright, well, let's get started then. As always, when building a PC, we need a safe, clutter-free, anti-static workstation with all the tools that we're going to need. So we've got a magnetic parts tray, a knife, a pair of side cutters, needle nose pliers, thermal compound, cable ties, and of course, as always,
I really could do without the lagging right now, computer.
as always, a standard multi-bit screwdriver. First thing we're going to do is get ourselves static safe. So we're going to open up our power supply here, then we're going to flip the switch to the off position and plug it in. That way the chassis is grounded. So whenever we move our feet, we're going to go ahead and touch that in order to dissipate any static that's built up on our bodies. For extra points, use an anti-static strap like this one for iFixit. Just put the alligator clamp on a metal part of your plugged-in power supply, and the other end.
Okay, that doesn't go on the pad, that goes on the metal. Knife. Also need a screwdriver. Knife! Onto the screwdriver. Thought those were my cables. Cables are on the bed, Carl. More cables. Connectors. Wires that will be the bane of my existence. And then additional connectors and screws. Whatever this is, which I'm very sure that Nick will tell me what this is. Won't you, Nick? Yes. Let's go back to the box. This goes in the box so it doesn't get confused. Remember where everything is, Carl. These go here.
Either on your wrist, or as I prefer to do it, on your ankle. This way is great because then this strap isn't getting in your way while you're trying to build. The next
Okay, so that can actually be close to the floor, but see, the terror here is that I shed like a dog. Like, all of my hair is on the floor. It can sit on this metal here. That way, it can be around my ankle if that's how it's done. Man, y'all fucking Carl foot fetish fans are getting a lot today. Come on, thick foot. There we go. No, I feel like I'm wearing an ankle bracelet. Not one of the hoe ankle bracelets. Although I wish they made those for men. They're just not fashionable. Okay. What the fuck is this? Eco? Off, please. And that's on position, off position. As switch is over here. Means this is upside down.
Chassis is grounded, so whenever we move our feet, we're going to go ahead and touch that in order to dissipate any static that built up on our bodies. As always, when building a PC, we need a safe, clutter-free, anti-static workstation with all the tools that we're going to need. So we've got a magnetic parts tray, a knife, a pair of side cutters,
Computer, please.
needle nose pliers, thermal compound, cable ties, and of course, as always, a standard multi-bit screwdriver. First thing we're going to do is get ourselves static safe. So we're going to open up our power supply here. Then we're going to flip the switch to the off position.
So the off position is the line, not the circle. There are people who are going to be laughing at me. But I am a person who looks at the back end of a computer when the motherfucker is on, not putting the shit together. Cutting my head off. Nick, it would just be easier if I bring you into voice chat, because I can't read the chat. These are paragraphs. Oh. Oh, Jay of me. Oh! What should you have done to me, Jay? Okay, power cord. View cooler, stomach applied, and goes around to push target. This is actually good. But more importantly, circle means on. Yes? Or is it the line that means on? This is a very important question. Connect myself to the green room. Now I have my shit on in the green room. Just going to go to my server and join my green room. I don't have the patience. But more importantly, circle is on. Yes?
Let me mute the stream.
I can hear you, but my headset isn't on. Ha 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 ha. What? What?
There we go. How you doing?
I'm fine. But more importantly, does the circle mean on?
Yes, circle means on. It's not going to kill you even if you were wrong, because the power supply doesn't actually turn on unless you were to short pins after it's connected to the motherboard to tell it to turn on.
I was not going to plug this thing in until I knew what the fuck I was doing.
No. That's fine. No, that's fine. I'm just saying. But also you could literally open up the manual and double check. But yes, circle means on, line means off. In fact, I'll double check right now if I'm being head ass.
Oh, the fuck? I just tried to
What?
put it into my thing and it was trying to bend my shit.
What do you mean?
My power end into my surge protector. I tried to put it into the surge protector and it started trying to bend.
Huh, that's weird.
Okay. This, now, there, and flipped to this. So. Is that correct, Mr. Linus?
And plug it in. That way the chassis is grounded. So whenever we move our feet, we're going to go ahead and touch that in order to dissipate any static that's built up on our bodies. For extra points, use an anti-static strap like this one from iFixit. Just put the alligator clamp on a metal part of your plugged-in power supply and the other end either on your wrist or, as I prefer to do it, on your ankle. This way is great because then this...
Linus just slips that right on his fucking Canuck feet. God damn it! Canadians!
You actually do. You actually don't even need to use the static strip so long as you just regularly touch the power supply.
Carl. Why was I gonna say Carl? Nick. I am a first-time PC builder and this computer is my baby. I'm over-preparing.
No. I understand that. I'm saying, if it's not comfortable for you and you still want that benefit, you could also do that.
Oh no, I've got whore's ankles. My ankles are fine. It's just my big ass Kingdom Hearts sore feet. That's my problem.
Okay.
Background music. I know people are gonna complain about it. You will not believe the amount of complaints that I've gotten about my shit. Boom.
Okay.
The music is there in case, realistically, honestly.
strap isn't getting in your way while you're trying to build. The next thing we're going to need is a motherboard. So we'll start by clearing some space on our ESD safe work mat. We've gone with the ASUS Prime Z390P because our goal is to build a high-performance gaming system, but without wasting any money on unnecessary gimmicks. So we're going to need our I/O shield for later. We're going to need the motherboard itself, but not this baggie, so we can go ahead and leave that behind. We're going to need these little screws for installing our SSD, and finally we're going to need a SATA cable, which would be in the box if it was new, but we've used this motherboard before. I always like using the motherboard box as an additional test bench because it keeps it up off any debris that might be on my work surface, and if you don't have an anti-static work surface, well, it acts as one of those. For our CPU, as I've mentioned before, we've gone with the Core i7 9700K. Unlike the 9900K, it doesn't have hyperthreading, but for gaming, given that it already has 8 cores, we're not really going to need this. It boosts up to 4.9 gigahertz, and because it's a K-series chip, it's unlocked, so we can do a little bit of overclocking should we see fit. Let's go ahead and install it. Step 1.
Okay. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Round slowly.
Yeah.
This. Hold my tips. I feel like I should be wearing gloves.
Oh.
Use my gloves.
No. It'll be fine. I've built stuff on shag carpet. As long as you're regularly discharging any static you're building up, you're fine. Obviously, don't drool on it and shit like that, but you can touch it with your hands. It's perfectly fine.
No, I was just thinking about having an orgy on top of this, you know? This fat-ass girl right there on top of the connector.
I mean, you do you. It's
Just
your stuff.
to christen it, you know? These are jokes, people. So I might have...
There's literally no way you could be worse than the Verge. You'll be fine.
At this point in my career, if this is what I'm calling it, there are people who unironically believe that I actually think like that. From the research that I did, that I'm going to have to do once I find my motivation to finally work, complete, and finish, the the last video that I was working on before this bullshit started and before I came enamored with my job. Especially the research that I had to do on Shark and his ass buddies looking for fucking clout and promotion. That is ironically apparently what people seem to assume and think that I do at all times of day and night. Where did I put the SATA cables?
Well,
There's where I put the SATA cables.
so what's your main drive? Is it an M.2 or is it a 2.5 inch?
It's an M.2.
Oh, okay. So you could actually just assemble it to make sure everything's working with the M.2 first, and you can attach your other drives after your first boot.
The only thing that I've forgotten is I don't have my boot thing, the Windows thing.
Your Windows key?
Yes, I did not put it on the thing yet. I didn't put it on the flash drive yet. It's the only thing that I overlooked. I'm not worried about getting a key. I can buy that immediately. I have money! But it's the actual thing that needs to be installed.
Yes.
Verbiage, AMD processor, certificate of authenticity. Important, please read.
Yep.
Ryzen Desktop 3000 series desktop processor contained in this package is compatible with all 500 series motherboards out of the box. And is compatible with all 400 series motherboards where a compatible BIOS update has been installed. Please visit the manufacturer website for your motherboard to verify support for your processor monitoring guidance on the BIOS update procedures. Motherboards that show AMD Ryzen 3000 series desktop label shown below in the box are compatible without a BIOS update. And this one says Ryzen 5000X. Is that compatible with my Ryzen 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Y'all tech nerds in this bullshit are not just making it very clear, hey, these parts works with this. Every time. Every time. That'll never not be annoying. Relations on purchase of AMD's processor in a box.
Yeah.
What are you? You are an instruction manual. Step 1. Align pin 01 indicator. This is flipping upwards to the side, so I should face this towards myself.
Yes.
Now, when I talked to Aaron in the car, he was very explicit about this part of the step. There are arrows.
Oh yes. Align the triangle on the socket with the triangle on the corner of the processor when you go to put it in. Yes.
So the angle that's beveled, that doesn't make much sense because I don't see arrows.
It'll be like a triangle on one corner. You can also consult the motherboard manual to double check.
It looks like it's the bottom right corner. Like, I'd have to take this out of this plastic, and now I'm getting very nervous.
No, you don't have to take it out of the plastic yet, because you'll be able to see it.
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't stand out immediately to me. The only thing that stands out immediately is this one corner that has a gold triangle on it, and looking on here, there is a gold triangle on this. Is that it?
Correct.
So this needs to go up. Align the pin 1 connectors. For an installation, show pin 1 indicators. The small arrows on the sockets of the processor are correctly aligned. 2. He puts it down. 3. Phillips screwdriver required for the installation of the thing, but it already has what is this called? The cooler base attached to this one. If I was using the budget, I would have had to attach it, but it looks like this one already comes with it.
Does your cooler, what's the mounting bracket for your cooler? I mean, you could always, install the processor first, because in either case,
that was the plan.
It's better to do that first. Yeah, don't even worry about the cooler yet.
Gently tighten screws to secure retention hooks. Place heatsink on processor. Place clips over retention frame hooks to secure a heatsink. Plug in the fan header. AM4 CPUs, option 1. Align pin headers. LCD. RGB head options. Options 2. Hearing its whatever the hell. Connecting the LED USB header and the RGB header. But more importantly, installing the socket for M4 and connectors, blah 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 blah. Okay.
I think a lot of those options are for various pack-ins. I think they'll have one manual for multiple SKUs. So, but right now, just get the processor installed, and then we'll go on from there.
$300. Still pushing.
Just place it down gently.
Got it.
Yeah, just wiggle it slightly, and it should drop into the slot.
Trying to make sure that's what's happening.
Yes.
Nothing looks spent.
Huh?
Making sure that this drop is correct. Because I don't know if it's supposed to just drop all the way down, or if it just slides into position and I'm supposed to put the lever down and it pushes down.
Well, you'll see it drop.
Yes, I did, but does it go all the way down? Do I put this lever down and it firmly secures it? What?
Oh, once it's okay, if it's down as far as it'll go and everything's flat, you can push down the lever. It'll click, yeah.
One is to push down the lever, pull it out, and then boop, the retention plate should move out of your way.
Now is it flat?
Then we're going to see this little golden triangle here. We're going to line that up with the dot at the corner of the socket. On some motherboard manufacturers, that'll actually also be a triangle. When we're putting it in, it's really important to apply no force at all. You're just kind of dropping it in.
Yeah, that's for an
exactly the
Intel
right
one.
spot. I recommend giving it a little wiggle to make sure that it's firmly in place. Next, we're going to drop this plate down, making sure that it stays clear of this little screw right here. Then we go ahead and lower the arm, pull it out, and put it under the retention mechanism. This plate should pop off on its own. We're going to hold on to that, putting it inside the box for our motherboard, because in the event that we need to return our motherboard to the manufacturer later, we will need to send it with this installed. For our memory, we've gone with a nice low latency DDR4 3200 kit from G.Skill. We went with 16 gigs of RAM in an 8 gig by 2 configuration. This gives us dual channel operation for better performance and gives us plenty of expansion for the future, so we could go up to 32 gigs with no problems. When you're lining up the memory, make sure you carefully check the position of the notch. So you can see here that I need to flip this around in order for it to fit in the slot correctly. Pull back the tabs. Remember, this side probably won't pull back on modern motherboards. Line it up, and then push firmly from both sides until you hear a click on each end. Now it's time to install.
Okay, Linus. Okay, where is they're on bed. Very serious question. Does it matter that I have 2 different manufacturers for these? I have one that's a Ripjaw G.Skill 16 8x2, and then I have a Corsair Vengeance LPX that came in the mail along with the new case, which is a 16 gigabit 8x2. They're not going to clash, are they?
No.
Okay.
Are they the same speed? Even if they weren't, they should be fine.
I am turning the RAM slots towards myself. He is correct, that doesn't move.
Yep. On a lot of, like years and years ago, both sides used to actually have the clip. Now you just put it in the static side and just clip on the other side.
I'm out. I'm out. Touch. I've gone from touching grass to touching metal. Next thing you know, I'm gonna touch Heldridge, and then it's touching hate.
Ooh.
I'm so sorry if it feels like I'm ignoring chat and everybody's wiling out right now. I'm just really laser focused on not fucking this up.
I mean, you're about halfway there.
How are you
much.
ragamuffins doing? Y'all are entertained. Are you entertained? Do I have to find E-Boy Bussy in order to get you all entertained? This must flip. Okay, so these are colored black and gray. I know that dual channel memory has a 1, 3, and 2, 4 installation, because if it was installed back to back, then I'd only be using part of my chip, half of my shit.
Well, if you're installing all the RAM, it kind of doesn't matter. But generally, I would install one vendor than the other, and then yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and just put all of them in, because I don't want to reopen it again.
Yeah.
It is very important that I touch this as little as possible. Oh, I remember there was a dad that said that to me one time before. It's very important to me that you do not constantly touch my daughter. Whatever you do to her, I'm doing to you. So I gave her a foot rub, and he's like, well, I'm waiting. Those are stickers. Do these stickers matter?
No.
It's just branding. It's just branding! This goes onto the side.
Yeah, case badges used to be a lot cooler back in the day. That's from my era.
Where is my knife? No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Where is my knife? I cannot find it. No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Where is my knife? Where is my knife? Knife? Where you fucking at? Did I put it on top of the box?
I think you did, yes. Wasn't it on the... Oh.
No. Come on, Carl. Uncluttered workspace. How hard can that be unless they dropped it on the ground? Chat, help. I can't find my knife.
I mean, we also can't see shit, so...
I mean, I can try to fix that. Yeah, the keyword here is try.
Yeah, that would help. I could actually see if you've done something correctly, if I could actually see the motherboard.
More importantly, exclamation point PPC part list, Jernin. How's that? Is that better?
Yes, actually, it is. I just minimize chat. Yeah. Oh yeah, that looks fine.
This SATA cables here, IO shield here, Wi-Fi. Gonna need help with that motherfucker.
Not really. Just screw the antennas on. But I would just do that last, just so you don't have to worry about it. Well, actually, yeah, you'd have to screw it on last.
For me, it's like reading Greek. Actually, no. It's like reading Italian. I can actually read Greek. I can't read Italian to save my fucking life. It's sad. I spent like a year in France and spending time around my fucking teens just so I could get used to speaking a non-Creole dialect of French, and yet I cannot for the life of me even speak enough Italian to order in a restaurant. A little bit more choral for the audience. Where the fuck is my knife?
Is it under?
Oh my god! It was under the goddamn instruction manual!
Okay, yeah, that's probably a bad place for it.
Don't you laugh at me, Top Hat! Don't you laugh at me! You laugh at streamers when you're having mistakes! That's bigotry! Face ass motherfuckers. Well, that was indeed.
Currently, you are doing better than the Verge. You have not fucked up your RAM yet.
Oh no, I'm doing much better than fucking XQC right now. XQC didn't know a goddamn thing.
I heard about that.
I watched that stream. I watched somebody else's breakdown of that stream. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
I wish I had a fucking flashlight right now.
You have a phone, right?
I do.
Does it take pictures?
Yes, shut up. I know about the flashlight feature. I wasn't thinking about it. Speaking of, it's been more than...
Why I speak it.
Yeah.
Because you didn't.
Yeah. Hold on. It's been more than 10 minutes. I need to call him again. Tennessee on the 10 I save, trying to keep myself on memory. Oh
yeah, we've all done that. Top out.
I can't hear you right now, Nick.
Okay.
Perhaps he's busy on Friday nights. He might actually be out driving still.
Was he supposed to join you there physically?
No. The way that I got this guy's number is that he was my Uber driver to take me to work one day. And I mentioned, as we were talking during the card raid, that I was a streamer and I was going to be building a computer. It turns out he'd moved from Tennessee to the Atlanta area and was only intending on staying there for like 6 months, but ended up staying 5 years building computers.
Neat.
He unironically got fucked over in a way similar to how I did in my factory position, where he was the what did he call it? It was equivalent to being basically the tech shop manager, where he was managing the parts in the back, and he was good at his job and rose through the ranks until eventually he was up for consideration for the job that his female boss had, and she said outright to his face, "I'm not going to let you take my job from me."
That's a successful. Good job, Carl.
It didn't go down all the way, and it didn't
Why'd you
hit a
take
click. It didn't. I didn't hear the click.
Oh.
It was supposed to be an earth-shattering click.
I thought I heard a click.
That's what he said.
Okay. I'm also watching on a slight delay. Obviously, I just have the volume like almost nil.
Okay, I'm turning my light on. This is torturous. Actually, no. Since he didn't pick up, I'm technically being a bad streamer. Remember, kids, always have your side view on, so you get one extra viewer. Flashlight, flashlight, flashlight. Yay. Much easier.
Let's just get the thing booted into one operating system, and then we'll worry about Linux. Or might not, because I think you'll be fine.
You didn't go down all the way. I didn't go down flush.
Yeah, put it in the end that doesn't move first, and then push.
It didn't go down flush.
I understand. You can reseat RAM as much as you need to. It's okay.
I feel like if I do that too often, that'll fuck up the connector somehow.
Yeah. Like, don't wrench it, but like, yeah, you can reseat RAM. That's normal.
There. Almost over. No Linux. Using the external as an internal. Are you talking about memory? Because I have a internal SSD. I also have an additional external 2 terabyte that's going to be used. So,
Yeah.
that answer your question? It's on.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about setting up the SATA drive. I would just worry about the M.2 and just get everything running, because you can add external drives later. They're not external drives, but additional drives is what I meant.
I'm just trying to identify his question, because this should all be barely answerable. Yay! Barely answerable, because it's all there on my tech list. And no Linux, because I'm a basic bitch. In the future, one day, when I understand what the fuck I'm doing. Until then, no. Make sure everything's secured.
That's just a waste.
Okay.
Unless like it's on a deep discount. I'm just responding to chat.
Lots of people use external hard drives and then tear them down to use the drives for external memory. No, I got an additional external drive because my first external that I use for my project files, as well as for anything that is podcast related, or for just archiving things that need to be saved forever, I buy externals for. And in the case of this, I have two 860 EVO SATA 6GB SSD. That's 500 gigabytes. Then I have an additional Toshiba Canvio Basic 2 terabyte. So.
That's an internal drive though. Yeah, that's fine.
Huh? What? Whom?
Oh, now I see your external. Never mind. I'm operating on a delay. Remember?
Yes. That's why I introduced them first. Internal, external. Internal, external. Internal, external, internal, external, internal, external. Somebody's gonna clip that and make a stupid ass dance out of it. No, don't do that shit.
Lagged. Oh my god.
Don't do that, chat. Don't make jokes at Carl's expense. I'm supposed to look good at all times. Never look like a clown.
Oh, there we go. Now it's synced again.
What am I looking for? What am I looking for? What am I looking for? That. Paste. Don't need to paste yet, I think.
You shouldn't actually need to apply additional paste. It should come
here
pre-applied on
is
coolers.
the CPU cooler.
Yep. So
And
you
of
have
course,
all your
the
RAM
star of the
installed,
show.
correct?
But this doesn't go in yet.
No, your GPU goes in last after you've put everything else in the case.
Oh. Dear. What's next, Mr. Linus?
Install our M.2 SSD. We're using a 512 gig 760p series from Intel, but the instructions would be the same regardless. First, you're going to want to find the M.2 slot on your motherboard. We've actually got two here, one right here one right here. Oh, okay, strictly speaking, there is a third one, but you can see this one is quite short, and it's actually marked right there. It's intended for a Wi-Fi card. Next, we're just going to hold our SSD up to it and see that, yep, okay, this is an 80mm model, so that's where we're going to want to install our mounting post. Remember that bag I showed you guys before? This has two pieces in it. One of them...
Bag. Here you are. These things. Yes. Yes. Ow. I just turned my toe on metal and it hurt. It's not quite the same as the full-on impact I just had with my bed frame. That hurt like a bitch. And I'm pretty sure it's blistering now. This was just my toe was shaving. It was shaving the metal. No. It's the feeling that you get when you know your finger's stuck behind ball bearings. That. I'm literally just doing this by his fucking guide. I probably don't have to do this. Well, actually, no. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah. Eating, bang, bada, bing,
Wait a minute.
Oh, yeah. The, this is just the SSD. I forgot.
I was gonna
This
say...
is actually my internal, my Barracuda. Yeah. So, I was incorrect. SSD, internal, external. Carl, please don't throw your fucking parts around. Don't be a monkey.
Mm. I was gonna say, why were you opening the 2.5 if you had an M.2?
See, he was installing his SSD, so.
Yeah, I know that. But I'm saying to set this up, you only need your primary drive, which is your M.2.
As I
That's
said,
not an M.2.
I'm going by his guide. Leave me alone, Dad. This is big. This is very big.
Yeah. Okay, so you do have an M.2. Okay, but you just hook that in the SATA port.
I'm actually confused on where the fuck it's supposed to go. I thought it was going to be smaller.
That's because the M.2 is the chewing gum stick thing that he has. But you have a 2.5 SSD, and that'll just plug into your, what's labeled SATA 0 on your motherboard. They're both SSDs.
But where the fuck does it go?
Unless you specific... Look at your motherboard manual. Because in the front it should have a bunch of like labels and shit.
Motherboard layout. What am I looking for?
Well, if you just have that drive, you're gonna want to connect that to the lowest numbered SATA port.
Okay. Okay, so this is the M.2 socket 3, so I definitely don't have one of those. So this instead is supposed to go to what?
That uses SATA cables,
Yes.
which are like flat, reverse. Like if you look at the cables, they'll have like a reverse L shape.
Uh-huh.
Yes, that's them.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
That's the data end, and then there's power. You can't confuse them because they won't fit in each other, so that's okay. On the motherboard, there should be sockets that match the cables of the SATA cables.
Yes. Let's Still doesn't help me to figure out where this giant fucking thing goes.
It's gonna connect through the cable to the motherboard.
Okay, so this goes where inside my case?
Well, this you could actually throw anywhere. But, like, there'd be a drive that you could screw down if you open up the case.
Okay.
I would honestly just install the CPU cooler at this point.
Okay. That goes over here.
Because, yeah, I would say move drives to later since you don't have an M.2. If you had an M.2, he's installing it now because it's just easier to get to the board without a giant CPU cooler on top of everything.
Now, this is the stock cooler that came with it in the box.
Yes, and it has thermal paste pre-applied, so you don't need to add anything else.
But is it good?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so just don't touch the schmutz that's already on there.
Because if that,
wait.
Because if that's that, then what is this? Does this go on top of that?
Oh, that's the stock cooler that's already on there. Put the plastic on that back.
Yeah. So I was asking you.
Yeah, they both have thermal paste pre-applied to them. It's okay.
I know it's fine. I was asking you. I didn't know if the stock cooler was going to be better or worse than the cooler that I was already purchased.
Oh, you're talking about the stock cooler. I thought you meant the thermal paste. Yeah,
No.
use the stock cooler is okay.
But I already
Yeah,
have
use
a
the
big cooler.
Other one you got.
Yes.
Yeah, use the big cooler. Yes.
Because my plan in the future for this extra fucking power supply you sent me was eventually I was going to start collecting backwards parts and then have parts for an entirely different system.
Yeah, that's fine. The other reason it's good that you actually end up with two power supplies of the same brand is that you can use cables from the other one if you need to attach anything extra. Because one of the things that's stupid is that it's
It's a
actually
male-
dangerous to mix different power supply cables between brands. Because for whatever reason, a couple of the pinouts are actually different between vendors, and it's stupid. But don't worry about that. You don't have to worry about any of that.
And female threaded mounting post. There we go. Let's have a look at that.
I actually can't even do
See,
that.
it screws
This
into the
needs to go
motherboard
back
there,
to the box.
and then it has a screw into the
those
top of
screws.
it there. And the other is a little tiny screw for securing the drive. You're unlikely to end up using a lot of force when you install your SSD, so just hand tight on this is fine. As for the drive itself, it installs just like laptop memory. So you go up at an angle, push it into the slot, and then just hold
Now,
it.
while I'm doing this, I'm
Yeah, all
going
the baggies you're not
to go ahead and get an M.2.
using, you could just put in the motherboard box again.
Well, it's sitting on top of the motherboard box. Hee hee. More importantly, it was never established where this other alligator clip goes. It's attached to the silicone board that it's sitting under.
Oh, wait. The one, that's the other end of the thing on your ankle?
No, this is a different one than the one that's on my ankle. That one's attached to the power supply. This one is attached to the board that it's sitting on top of.
You can also attach that to the power supply. Or you could...
Yep.
Because the point of attaching yourself to the power supply is that the power supply, while it's off, is attached to ground through your wall socket.
Yes. Okay. Amazon.
So you're good.
Or actually, no, not Amazon. Part list. Since I'm technically adding something to it.
Are you buying an M.2 now?
Yes. Like, I'm going to have this one too, but I should also get an M.2.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you're just... holding it right now. You're not booting it up.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Lovely. Dollar amounts. I'm looking at the dollar amounts.
Because if you're going to install, an M.2, I actually wouldn't put the cooler on now because it's likely just you're gonna have to take the cooler off to put the M.2 in it.
Well, it depends. If I use this one, I don't need to take the cooler off, yes?
Correct.
Just basically buying it for the future.
Yeah. No, that's actually a good thing. I would actually recommend you buy it just to have it, because you may upgrade, you may want to move stuff.
More importantly,
because I actually ended up doing that exact thing for my other machine. So yeah, you're fine.
Trying to figure out these form factors, interface, M.2M, M.2B plus M. What does that mean?
I believe those are just lengths.
So I'm going to sort this by price, and I'm going to aim out the ones that are 1 terabyte.
Yeah.
Because there's way too many selections here.
Not necessarily. Jordan. I mean, he has a decent hard drive, but like an SSD as far as what he's doing. And M.2 is essentially SATA speeds anyway. Now, if he was installing on an NVMe drive, that'd be a different story. But like, if you're all using SATA speeds anyway,
Okay, I have a Samsung. Awesome. Look at these and tell me if they're good. Hold on. Hold on, 1 second. I have to put it in non-podcast chat.
The benefits.
Those two ones. One is the HP AX920 1 terabyte M.2, 2280s, and then words, and then Samsung 860 Evo 1 terabyte M2 solid state drive. This one is 500 gigabytes. That one's 1
the
terabyte.
Samsung. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the SSDs you have?
Yes, these 2 links that I just sent you of the parts that I'm looking at. About to add them to the list.
Oh, let me look. Where is... Oh, I see it. Open the link. There we go. Let's see. That one's that one. Okay. Well, the NVMe drive is going to be faster.
It'll be faster.
Yes, because there's a difference between M.2 and NVMe. NVMe is actually using PCI Express speeds, but generally it's more expensive.
Okay. That one it is then.
Why the HP one is cheaper? That's strange. Unless
Literally,
it's just like a discount.
These are literally dollar amounts I don't care about. I can afford it.
Okay. Well, as far as speeds, I would actually recommend getting the NVMe solid state, the HP one.
Yay! This was that from? As. No, I didn't want to overwrite that one. No, no, no!
Yep.
No, it's all fucked. That's fine. Was it already automatically saved to the correct one? No, that's still the same. This should have this for now. Oh no, they did it as a new custom build. I'm stupid. Very dumb. They've asked correctly. They've 3060 first or 3060. This isn't a 3060. I don't think those exist yet. My brain defaulted to 2060.
It's okay. I was gonna say there's no 3060 Super, but I
There's no
figured
chance.
what was going on.
There's no chance that there's one available for that. Not for the raffles. There are people at my job that when I told them about the deal,
There is no such thing as a 3060 Super.
There are people at my job that when I told them about what you were offering me, they're like, "Oh, actually, that's not a no. In installments. No, take it, Carl, take it."
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is, five. I'll just tell them 520 for the card and the PSU is literally MSRP.
More importantly, catching up.
Down in place while you're screwing it
Which
in.
might as well
Something to
be
watch out for
a
here, guys, is that while
hyper
most computer
discount
screws are size 2
fucking
Phillips,
scalper prices.
these
Thanks.
are
That's
usually
great.
size 1, so you're probably going to need to change your bit before you finish installing. So that's done, but I do have a couple more notes about M.2 installation. On our board, both of the maybe have some incidental airflow from the case.
Sorry, Mr. Linus, I'm trying to speak.
This is the
quickly.
LTT edition, so there was no way that we weren't going to go with that. Every cooler's installation is going to vary slightly in the details, but with this video, and of course the included documentation, you shouldn't have any trouble with it. First up, we're going to need our backplate. The orientation of this is pretty easy to figure out once you know the guiding principles. Just check for where the centered hole is, and align it like so. Let's flip this back.
Okay. Move this.
And this is for an Intel motherboard, so most of this kind of does and doesn't apply. So I would just take out the actual cooler. I could help you, and you also reading the manual.
Boom. That sounds like metal.
Because depending on how it mounts, you might not need to do anything with the backplate.
It looks like there's already a mounting plate on the board itself.
Yeah, but that's a clip style mounting plate, and if it uses retention screws, you're gonna have to unscrew that and use the provided mounting bracket. But the only way to know that is to pull it out and find out.
They gave me a fucking screwdriver.
Yeah, a lot of them are doing that because of the length required.
I mean, I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
My music ended. Okay, big questions. Okay, that's a lot of instructions. And that is in Nihongo desu. No, it's in both, but it starts in Japanese. Oh, there we go. AMD. I was looking at the Intel side. It actually looks like this is fine, but I don't know. Yeah, this looks like it's fine.
How so?
2 screws plus a little centered dongle thingy, secured with big screws. Does this fit into that? This first question. Yes. So this actually is ready for installation with this. It's already configured for an AMD installment.
Yeah. Okay. If you take out the cooler, you'll see what I mean.
And there's this big giant thing.
Yeah, the big giant thing
That's the
is what I'm talking about. You'll see what I actually mean when you take it out and look at the bottom.
Anything from my hand. Peel off before installation.
Yeah, yeah. Don't take the plastic off until you're ready to mount it. Yeah, see the way those screws are. You're gonna have to remove the back plate and the brackets that are on there.
Okay.
That's not hard. It's literally unscrewing what's on there and using the corresponding AMD parts that they provided.
Okay. Will anything fall out if I pick this up and turn it over? The answer should be no, Carl. Are you sure, Carl?
No.
I'm not sure, Carl.
Actually, I would just unscrew it from there and just lift the whole thing off when you're done.
I'm trying to identify it. Yes. Looks like there's a metal back plate that's already on this, being held in position. I think that will come off.
Yeah.
Was this asking me to remove it?
No, what did they provide you? Did they provide you another back plate? Because if they didn't, you should be able to just use that one. But you do need to remove the black plastic bits and the screws.
If this black thing is a back plate, then yes. This thing. Doesn't look like I have to move it, but I'm not sure.
Check the instructions first to make sure you're going to use the corresponding holes for AMD.
Lift thing off. Unscrew. It's telling me to take that off. So that actually might be part of it. This actually might just be to make sure that the shit doesn't get cluttered. Then I do something with these small black things that I think is back of the board. No, this is top of the board. These use the original back plate. These go over the screw holes and elevate it so that I can then install these metal things.
Yeah, it's using a version of like the SecuFirm mounting system that it's basically a Chinese knockoff of the SecuFirm mounting system. It's fine. I know exactly what they're doing.
Well, it's not Chinese that I'm reading right now. You just
basically what you're going. It's made in China. It's a Chinese company. Anyway, that's all right. All right.
And then apply thermal grease.
You're going to I think you're just going to use that back plate, but remove the two plastic brackets.
Yes. Then this looks like a metal screw. No metal screw with like a string. Is that a tension spring?
Correct.
And it goes onto like so. I have to make sure that it has enough clearance for the back I/O, which is here. Yes. Back I/O has enough clearance. It should. And screw full fan clip into groove. Shown. Tighten screws evenly from sides. Then install the connector to the fan.
What do you have, a Scythe 2?
What?
What cooler do you have, the Scythe 2? Or what did she get you?
It should be the Scythe.
Because I just realized I could probably look up the manual and help you.
Yes. Mugen 5X B. That's what it says. Scythe, yes.
Okay.
SC MG 5100 Mugen 5 Rev B CPU cooler, and it has a scythe on the side. It's on the part list.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yep. All right. Hold on. I'm looking it up now. I should be able to just pull up the
The one to install the OS on the M.2 though, you can install on the SSD and then install the 2 on OS. Later you'll want to overwrite the SSD anyways. Tiger Direct is
I already addressed that earlier, but yeah.
I'm catching up to my chat. I'm trying to be a good streamer right now.
Alright, Carl.
I don't want to ignore people. That's always been my philosophy. Never ignore the chat.
I know. That is being a good streamer.
Yes. I'd say many such cases, but no, there are actually not many such cases of streamers being good. There's actually been plenty of excuses of people to just accept dog shit and then make up bullshit later and say, actually, they were being good to us by completely abusing our trust and treating us like we were fucking garbage.
Ah, here we go. I have the manual that you're looking at right now, I believe. Yes. Yep.
My question is, what the fuck is this thing? Don't drop things.
That is for Intel. That's the Intel backplate, because I'm looking at the manual now. You can set that back in the box.
Yay.
Yep, and it's telling you to use the gray spacers only, since you have an AMD thing.
So, is this shit right here thermal paste as well, or is this thermal grease?
Oh, so it's not pre-applied, or it is?
Yep, this is Scythe thermal grease. So this goes onto the thing?
It goes on to the CPU, but put on all the mounting stuff on the motherboard first before you worry about that.
I intended to. What are you? You are retention shit. Okay, off you come. Just open this. Come off.
Don't worry, we're both looking at the same manual now. It's all good.
You said don't, and I immediately looked at you.
That sounds like a personal problem.
Carl, you're about to start doing things and taking things off. Don't. See, now you make me look at you like my mother. And yay, magnetic. I didn't have one of these before. Now I do.
Oh, wait a minute. Did my voice get cut off?
Yes.
You're fine.
So they gave me a magnetic screwdriver.
Yeah, I was just saying we're both looking at the same manual now. It's fine. I was trying to reassure you.
Yeah, but then you got cut off, and all I heard was, don't.
Oh, so it just cut off at like the worst possible time. Understood. Understandable. Have a nice day.
That is indeed pre-installed for
me. Yeah,
It is pre-installed for my pleasure.
Yes.
Somebody clip that! Clip it, goddammit! So I'm not gonna remember to. So, 4 plastics. 4 plastics. That's how you know I'm a comedian, folks. I laugh at my own jokes. Big hole. Cover a little hole. Just like in the fraternities.
Yes. Oh yeah. These diagrams are actually pretty good.
Yeah. Hole, and then I get the long screws. And I put these motherfuckers over it. Now it's not cooking with grease. It's probably gonna be somebody when I post this onto my YouTube is gonna be like, I can't see him installing it. Why do I have an overhead camera? Worst installation stream ever.
Dude, I've seen far worse installations than this, and they still fucking boot up. Don't worry about it. I have seen far more ghetto shit than this boot.
I can't say the word that I'm thinking of, but I've seen plenty of cases of the substitute word I'm going to use is jury rig, where people will backseat coach and then will look at me and then tell me, and that's what you do to people, especially when it came to my fucking video game takes. Because when I was doing the lookup to figure out who was talking shit, that was the #1 thing that I kept fucking hearing nonstop. You don't know what it's like to play video games like this. We're not all hardcore like you, Carl. And I'm like, bro, do you understand that this system of pedagogy is not going to change? But so many times, in so many cases, for the people who actually saw what I had to say and knew what the fuck I was talking about, especially since I did so with Resource, they're like, oh, no, actually, he's being pretty reasonable. Like, don't be bitch made, and then complain and say, I don't understand why people are laughing at me. Because I went on the internet and I said, damn, Kingdom Hearts truly is hard. Because when I explained this to my coworkers at the job, the ones that are gamers, it's like, yeah, no, I would have made fun of them too. What do you mean? Because my entire takes when it came to Asher Roboto, as it was in April, which is what Shark made bullshit about. My takes there are not even video game takes, they're pedagogy takes. Like, when a coach has to learn and teach things to a person, they have to teach not just the student, they have to teach themselves. And when a person has never had experience doing something for the first time, one of the things that has to be expected is that you just have to do the shit. Like, those who have been following Twitter, at least, you know that I've been playing Apex Legend on our new, I call him housemate, but realistically, he's my second brother from the streets, Xavier, but we call him Zay. And he has an Xbox, and I said to him, hey, do you have your Xbox Gold renewed? And he's like, no, I don't, but I don't have money to renew it. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not concerned about that. I asked you a question. Do you have it? He's like, no. Alright, I'm gonna go buy it for you. And he's like, oh, for real? And then as soon as I start playing Apex Legends, oh my fucking god! Everything that is a nightmare for a coach to have to look at after footage and have to go through while playing the shit, as I solo grind up to Masters and then Predator. Because, of course, if I'm going to monetize something, or at least make my time worth it, I'm going to record myself doing it, but I don't have the ability to stream it from his Xbox. But I'm taking pictures after every other match of decent gameplay, including the one that I posted the other night, last night, of me being a kill leader. Everything from players saying, "Come on, bro, it's not that serious, it's just ranked," or "Bro, I play ranked for fun." Everything that's a goddamn nightmare, the exact shit that I was talking about. I saw all of it, and more. Players just being bad, in general, that's not abnormal to me. But players being bad, and it's the kind of bad player that you're communicating with them the entire time the play is happening. You're telling them what you're thinking. You're telling them, listen, I need you to ping what you're shooting at because I can't see what you see. And communicating to them at some point, you're going to have to use your microphone. And Apex Legends is not a game where you can read the mind of other players at the lowest ranks. You have to fucking talk. You have to fucking talk and use your microphone, or at least ping. You have to be communicative in some way. I remember the exact play that was happening. There's a 3v2 where we already executed a member of their squad at Oasis on Olympus, World's Edge, whatever the map is. And I am spotting them out as Bloodhound. We have a Lifeline Octane team, and this man literally sits there behind a wall while I'm in Ultimate. The way that the Ultimate works is that it brings up a fucking red dot hologram of enemies on the field. So everything gets grayed out and enemies become red on the map if you can physically see them. And they can see them through the wall. I'm looking at them. I'm telling them where they are. And they're just standing there. And as soon as I start grilling them, motherfucker cuts on his mic and he's like, "Come on, bro, calm down, bro." And I'm like, nope, shut that shit the fuck up right now. Because every single step of the way, from step A to step F, I communicated every step. That's step 1 to step 10. And by the time we get to step 11, this man jumps in as though he was already on board from step 2, when he was silent the entire fucking time. Those are the kind of players I was fucking talking about. Kind of people who only want to open their mouth when they think that they have a chance to cut in and do something fucking funny. Or when they have the chance to cut in because they want to defend themselves. Because realistically, a person does not talk at that moment unless they have something to say because they've been sitting there broiling, right? It's like, who the fuck is this guy in my ear? Why is he telling me what to do? Why is he telling me how to play? Why is he telling me where to go? But it's like, this is what you have to do when you're playing Twitch shooters. You have to have an in-game leader. He doesn't need to be the most skilled person on the squad. He has to be the most communicative who has an idea of what they're doing. Because if you're not going to lead them, someone does. Otherwise, you're three stooges walking around the field with absolutely no direction, no drive, and no plan whatsoever. And you have to have a plan. You have to have a plan for what happens. You have to have a plan for when shit goes wrong. You have to have a plan for when something in the plan slightly goes awry and you have to make on-the-fly swaps. This is normal. This is the same concept for League of Legends as it is for Apex Legends, as it is for even fucking things like RuneScape. It's not even a sweaty problem. It's not even a tryhard problem. It's just a competitive problem. People come to the competitive mode, and then they get surprised that people are being competitive. What? So of course I flamed him, and every other fucking person who did this, because Xbox. It's tradition! But it's like, situations where they don't have the ability to talk shit, especially when you're playing your life, and you're the last man left alive, and they're just in your ear, bitching the entire time. Or one person who kept sending me text-to-speech messages telling me how many times I sucked, while I carried him to a victory. Shit like that. Grinds my fucking gears, no matter what. Yet, there are people out there that unironically think that when I said, listen, if you're going to play on easy mode, you should just not complain about it publicly. They think that I said the equivalence of, "Oh, you having a bad time? You struggling? Die, loser! Die, loser! Die, die, loser!" That's not what I did. That's not what I said at all.
Okay, that needs to be clipped.
Oh, that needs to be clipped. I see you. I see you. I see you in the dark.
You do know.
But it's frustrating. No matter where I fucking see it. Especially when it's in competitive ranked modes. If it's a game like fucking Stardew Valley and somebody finds a way to make Stardew Valley speedrunning a thing, I'm gonna look at that and be like, okay, that's weird. But basic fucking concepts, especially when it comes to something like Kingdom Hearts 2, or just single player games in general. If you're struggling in a single player game, what do you want me to do? I don't have control of your controller. You're inputting these inputs. And I'm looking at you and I'm like, bro, how are you fucking up on this? It doesn't even have all the attacks it would have in hard mode. Your reaction to that should not be, oh my god, you're backseat gaming me. I'm like, no, I'm commenting on how shit you are. I can't help you. Because if you're playing badly by yourself, imagine how badly you'll play with other players. And if I'm a coach, and you come to me, or somebody shows me your shit, and I have to pass a comment on it, if I choose to voice my opinion, and I see you doing dumb shit, I'm gonna look at all the mistakes that you're making. Because it's not the grand mistakes that are the biggest concern. It's the tiny little ones. Macro and micro play. In Apex Legends, there's a lot of fucking micro and macro happening at the same time, along with aiming and shit. This is a little bit different than, say, something like Battle Royales that are based on a fighting game like Battlefield or League of Legends or Smite, where you have a lot of overview and inside view of the game. Where, I'm at step 4, moving to step 5. What the fuck is that? Is that the bottom of the thing?
Hold on, let me look.
Trying to figure out where these motherfuckers go.
What things?
I'm holding.
Oh yeah.
Oh, use these?
Those are the straight ones. No, you want to use the ones that look like parentheses.
I already did. You already screwed
Look
in.
at the illustration.
Yeah, already screwed
And
in.
then you don't need to worry about those.
Yay!
The ones you're holding are for intel.
Yay! More bullshit. I don't need. Where to put the other one? The other one. The other one. The other one.
It's like I'm right there now. I'm reading it with you.
If you're right there holding my hand as I get
Then
destroyed.
your next step is actually to put. Your next step is actually to put the thermal paste on the CPU, and I'll teach you how to do that real quick.
Directly on the CPU?
Yes. Yes, that's the heat spreader, is the metal part.
Okay, so there is. Where's the grease? Let's put it back to back. So I have Arctic MX4 thermal compound, and then there's.
Yeah, use that.
So use the thermal compound?
Just use that. Don't use the stuff they gave you then.
Many such cases. So this goes back there, along with the rest of this shit. Now, is the stuff that they've given me bad? Is that the problem?
No, but the stuff you have is better, so you might as well use it.
Okay. But to finish my rant, when I started teaching as a collegiate coach for my student life group that was founded by my sister, because I was added to the group as a legacy member and I came in with a really big attitude. Like, the unironic attitude that people are ascribing to me is the attitude I had before. But that was years ago. Years ago. Right as I graduated high school, when I still had an ego about myself. I came in and I saw all these players playing collegiately. Some for fun, and some who wanted to become pros and go into an actual academy team. And at the time, I was making and selling accounts by raising them up to the rankings and then selling them to players who wanted to be in those ranks. Because, bitch, if you want to get boosted, I'll take your money, but I'm not responsible for you getting your account banned. You know it's illegal. And I need cash to get through college. So, let's make a trade. But I came through, and they said, oh, you have experience? Well, we need to see how you play. And then I played 50 matches straight and went 49-1. So they're like, okay, you're hired. So when they brought me in, I'm unscrewing, I'm unscrewing, I'm unscrewing, I'm unscrewing.
As far as the thermal paste goes, you want to put an amount in the center of the CPU that is slightly bigger than a cooked grain of rice.
Slightly bigger than a grain of rice?
Yes, slightly bigger than a cooked grain of rice in the center. Yes, actually, because it'll spread out when the cooler's on top of it.
Well, I know that, but...
Okay, in between... Okay, if it makes you feel better, in between a cooked grain of rice and a pea.
Play better. I'm going to show my work
Yeah,
to you,
that's fine.
Professor. Oh, you can see that?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, that's fine.
Back on there.
Because you're eventually going to need to take it off when your that tube comes anyway, so no matter. But for now, let's just get everything attached so you did the process once.
Okay. Keep your hands out of your head, Carl. But they brought me in to coach all the people, and we had everything from Riven mains to supports that only ever supported to people who only understood how to do the jungle, but only understood how to do it with the basic bitch junglers. So, showing them basic breakdowns like the fast combo, demonstrated by Best Riven NA and Box, was a struggle. This was still during the seasons where they had the Spear of Shogun in the game. One of the most broken items I've ever fucking seen created for a MOBA, especially for League of Legends. And in general, there was this one person who was really fucking bronze. Bad. I remember his name specifically, but I can't remember it right now. Nor do I want to say it on stream. But chubby side person. He didn't like my personality and attitude whatsoever, but he could not deny my skill. Like, I proved to him that I was what I was. And that pissed him off something fierce, because it's one of those situations of, you're such an evil monster that I hate you, but I can't deny that you have talent. It's kind of like Sonic Fox for most people. People who have never seen Dominique play will just hate him because of his takes, but if you actually watch him play when he's not scamming the system and trying to slide his way through Masters by playing through losers, by going through the losers bracket directly, he is a skilled player, and understanding how he gamed the system to even come up with this tactic is a thing to be beheld. It is beautiful to see in motion, somebody actually putting in the rigor and work. But then when you actually get to know him, yeah, he's an odious motherfucker, but you can't deny his skill. It's kind of like that with DM Brandon when it came to high res and Smite. He was a great analyst. He understood how the plays worked. He understood how the shit worked, but he was still a toxic individual. And him getting removed is the best thing to have happened to that community, because no one can hide behind him and say, oh no, you disagree with me? Well, you're disagreeing with DM Brandon. Are you going to fight DM Brandon on stream? Because these are the kinds of people who will be big and loud in public, but will never fucking do up in private or in public. If they don't have the high ground, and if they don't have the moral high ground, they're not going to say shit, basically. So, when it came to me proving my shit, and people G-checking me, I was checking people left and fucking right and taking their goddamn money. Because I was money matching them constantly. I think I took about $1,500 from 15 people collectively. And there was one day that we were sitting down and we were getting to play a campaign of Pathfinder. And one of our friends' sisters, who we had just met, who got out of the army from basic, had never played. And I was going to play a stealth character, Tengu Monk, and she was going to play some variation of the ninja. And I was suggesting to her that I was going to put a lot of focus into stealth. So if she didn't want to do stealth specifically and she wanted to roleplay, she could. And he comes out of fucking nowhere like a white knight to save her, saying, no, Carl, you may be challenger in League, but I'm challenger in fucking D&D. Let me have this! And I just looked at him like, bro, are you good? Because I understand why he was upset, but it's like, bro, are you good? Did you even hear what I said? Looking back on it, it was probably fucked up for me to say that to her directly, but it's like, if you want to have a fight with me over League of Legends of all things, okay. Alright.
I mean, League of Legends is cancer. Say no more, fam.
League of Legends, the community, is cancer. League of Legends, and right, the company is cancer. League of Legends, the game, is innovative and fine. But the way that they design the game, and the way they design for the game,
And
they think about designing characters and how good they look first, and then they assign a character sheet to them to fix them. Like, when they designed Rel, for example, they weren't thinking of, let's design a tank that can go into combat and can jump off and on a mount. They said, let's design a kinky hair black lady. Same thing with Lucian. Same thing with Senna. Same thing with fucking Seraphine of all things, especially when it comes to parasocial marketing. The same thing with the KDA skins, when it came to featuring their songs for what they made in a way that they have never done, not even for fucking Pentakill. And in the case of Pentakill, they released 2 fucking albums. Probably 3, actually. All these recent champions, especially the anime 2020-2021 champions are all been designed with, let's design a hot-looking character, and then let's make them shit fucking broken so we can get a lot of money from people buying them outright, and then getting their skins and becoming mains for them. The same problem exists with Smite, because they have more artists than they do coders. But ever since they've been working on the new iteration of the game, basically pre-Brandon and post-Brandon, like, before he was banned from ever making content for the game again, and then after he was ever banned from making content on the game again. If you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, go to the Other Frost's channel, look up the last video that he made on DM Brandon, it explains the situation perfectly. But, after that point, which I feel is like, kind of leading up to the release of Gilgamesh, at least very much since recently, the build of Gilgamesh. Play rate still plays clownish as it is, but ever since then, you can see that players, especially with people like the Other Frost making content, care about learning how the game works now. They're not just going next and not caring about the ranking. They're not focusing on what they're doing in the match and then just saying, oh well, team diff, jungle diff, top diff, you know, this is what League of Legends does. Because players are so used to just fucking spamming games and being burnt out that they just say, oh no, I made hairline mistakes, and therefore the game is lost forever. Surrender at 15. Yeah, that's the most toxic part of video games as a whole. People who just don't fucking try, or just choose to say, no, I don't like this man, so I'm gonna sabotage our team, and I wanna make him lose, because I want him to lose. When people do that, they should just automatically be banned from the system. And they have to be banned because you're reviewing it, and an entire audience full of people who can be trusted as pros are reviewing it. Not just what they had with the Tribunal, although the Tribunal system was better, and not just this system where writers decide based on progressive values, oh, well, you're being toxic, so we can't allow you to have that. No, they need to actually look at players when they're playing badly and say, okay, so what's happening here in this clip? Is there ever a time where I'm going to see a person build these items or start playing erratically like this? And if it's a tilt thing, then you would give them a suspension queue from the system, which is exactly what Lead Buster already does in every game. But the system I'm talking about is when a person is flaming a streamer, when a person decides to go off to the League of Legends subreddit, I'm going to pull out the top and now and peel off the plastic and centrifuge this motherfucker. That's the word I'm going to use. Because this was looking for clearance on the... where was it? What was this diagram? It was looking for clearance on the backside, so this should actually go up like so.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter which direction, is whichever way fits better. So if it collides with the RAM, you could, in fact, yeah, just flip it around now.
Actually, it's not colliding with the RAM. Yeah, it's fine.
Then just leave it as is.
Because it's already touched down on
just
paste.
Screw it down.
Yeah, it's already touched paste.
Yeah, just screw it. Yep, it's touch grass. Yeah, just screw it down. Yeah, get both screws engaged first, and then just tighten them down from that. That way, it just sits down evenly.
Do I need to apply force?
Yeah. Get one engaged, and then get the other engaged. And after they're both engaged, just start screwing them down.
Terrifying. I don't like how it's just sliding around.
Just put one hand on the top of the thing to just push the whole thing down as you're doing it. Just make it easier on yourself.
Oh, I don't like how I'm screwing in from an angle!
You should be able to go through the whole thing. That's why it's so long.
Oh! Oh my god! I didn't know this what the holes were for!
That's literally why that's so long. Yep. Yeah, just push straight down on the whole thing, and it should be very easy to do.
Damn, those Chinese think of everything!
Well, actually, the Austrians did, and then the Chinese copied them, but yeah.
Many such cases!
Yep.
have no idea if that's screwing. Nope.
It doesn't look like it. Yeah, just
Need to
push
turn.
down on the thing and just...
I need to see it from this angle. I can't see it from the top.
Yeah.
Because I
Yep,
certainly did not
that's
like it
fair.
where it was like it was sliding around on
Yeah.
paste.
It's definitely not engaged on both sides.
In there. Yay.
Yep. Yep, and once both sides are in, just make sure that they're both basically fully compressed. Because the manual even says, don't leave it lopsided. It's a good cromulent manual.
That screw looks like it's not. Like there's a little.
It looks level.
It's like there's a little bit underneath it, and one side looks like it's a little bit crooked. No, it just wobbles.
You can fix it if you want. Okay, yeah. But can you lift up the whole thing from the CPU? Or from the cooler? That's the check, because you should be able to lift up the whole motherboard when it's attached properly.
I'll let you in a second.
Okay.
Trying to figure out what this thin metal thing was. And now I'm squinting so much with my eye that I temporarily went blind in my left. Ah! Keep turning so I can't turn no more without stressing it.
Yeah. You don't want to over tighten, but you know how screws work.
Yes. I learned to learn that on the factory job. Especially when people wouldn't put things in the correct place. Made it really, really hard for no fucking reason. Okay.
Yep.
No, we are good.
So, yeah. Yep, so you should be able to lift it, and the whole motherboard should just come with it as if it was one unit.
Yes. Now, these things.
The fans,
The fan, singular. He gave me one.
or a fan,
Mhm.
yes. Yep, that's fine.
What side does it go on? It looks like it goes over the one that's over the CPU. That's how they have it oriented in the diagram.
Yeah, it'll.
So finish what you were saying.
Well, the fan itself will actually have a diagram on it.
These look like they're really easy to bend.
On the edge of the fan, yes. Those retention clips, you should only need 2 of them.
They gave me 4.
Yeah, in case you wanted to put a fan on the other side, but you don't need to, since you only have 1 anyway.
But would it make things better if I put another fan on the side?
Not really. Depends on your case. You're fine with 1. I only have 1 on with mine.
Well, I haven't actually taken out the original mid-tower case that I bought, but I bought an additional tower case, the 4000D airflow from Corsair. I'm imagining that's enough airflow.
Ooh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that's a great case. I would use the 4000D.
I'm looking for an arrow that's going to tell me the direction. Not seeing arrow.
Okay, that's strange. Anyway,
So I'm
generally
going
the logo
on the
side is...
I was going to assume that this with the cable side needed to be down.
Yeah, the side with the logo and not the bracket.
Where the fuck do I connect this thing? holes?
Oh, the wire? It should go into the set of pins labeled CPU fan.
No, not those. These.
Oh, you're talking about the those? Yeah. Now let me look at the diagram, the manual again. The hooks, come on, load. Yeah, and the screw holes are going to be the ends of the clips, and the other end is going to go in between the fins when you find where you want to put the fan.
Well, I found where I'm gonna put it because
The fins of the cooler.
yes. I'm trying to figure out the orientation
that's-
of which direction this needs to go in.
The right orientation. Yep, that's right. And yeah,
So I'll kind of get through
and get the opposite ends in the screw holes of the fan. Yeah, it's kind of annoying, but the fan clips actually do work really well.
It's the only thing that's going to be securing it, it looks like. So they go on the back, not the front?
Yes, it is. No, they go in the front. They pull. Hold on.
Like, a pain to get on. I thought they would have slid on.
Yeah, they're a little bit. Well, it's supposed to keep vibrating, moving fan on a thing, so.
Yes, but that means it's hard to get on. Got in that hole. First,
I'm sorry, miss.
Now my manual said it was
Yeah.
gonna be easy, mister.
Yeah.
This is not easy.
Well, it's easy compared to sucking dick.
Actually, sucking dick is easy.
Maybe not for you. That's what I just said.
Fuck me. Okay. This side.
Yeah.
It just had you in the hole. Get back in there.
Yeah, it's held on by tension, so it's probably going to be a little loose there. But once it's on, it'll pull real tight.
One side. Side.
Yeah.
I feel like it's on backwards.
That's what I'm going to double check myself. Yes, it is.
Boom.
Yeah.
Cable. You should be underneath. Cable should be underneath, yes?
Correct. Yeah, that's it.
Now, where does it go next?
Just place it squarely on the front of the thing. It doesn't have to be perfect, but and you'll pull the clips back onto the thing, and you'll feel it like foop into place, basically.
Like this wants to go inside of here? This?
Yeah, it'll just the wire will go in between the fins on the radiator. That's how it's how it actually attaches.
And then I am more than certainly probably installed it backwards. That is certainly not flipping around.
Hmm?
The part that's sticking outwards this way is facing this way outward. Rather than facing inward on the way that it's secure to it, it's facing outward.
That's strange.
Well, I think that's
Oh,
backwards.
so you put in two of the same one. Oh wait, that doesn't make sense either.
No, these are all the same orientation, I think.
Here, hold up.
Are they?
Okay. Okay, that's...
I assumed that these were all the same kind of wiring.
Yeah, they are. Okay, so one side's in, so the other one should just go in.
Like, they go in through the centers of the, thing? Because that was just it being pushed over to the side. They're not aligned in this groove. I'll show you what I mean. So, the way that this is installed right now
Yeah, that would help.
is it's installed like this. This side
Yes.
facing outwards. So it's facing like that. It should be facing
It,
this way. Yes?
correct.
Yeah, it's not doing that. It's facing outwards. Like that. Like, flip over this way.
Oh no, the tab. No, the tab on the very end of that should be facing outwards.
So it should be like this?
So when you pull it back over it, that little loop is going to stick out of the radiator, so you can take it off again.
Damn, just came out the hole.
Once you do it, you'll see what I mean. Yeah. That one's installed, right?
Damn stupid.
No, this was a little weird when I first did it.
Do I have the screw all the way down? Like it's sitting on top of it. Not flush, if you will.
What do you mean?
Well, this is sitting on top of the screw, and I don't feel like it's covering the entire thing.
Okay.
Like, if you can see from the angle that I'm looking at, I'm going to try to turn this so that you can. Because things keep falling off because you
Yeah,
turn
that
it
would
on
help.
the desk. The clearance of where it is on this screw here, it's sitting on top of this, and it doesn't feel like it's going all the way down so that it's flush.
It doesn't have to be perfectly flush. You can have the fan a little above.
Oh.
It'll still work fine.
Okay.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant when it says it doesn't have to be perfectly square on. That's probably why it's not sticking to anything, because you're probably in between. You're probably on top of a fin stack instead of in between fins.
First theory, by flipping this around.
Yeah. Well, that's installed, right?
It doesn't feel like it. You can get the damn thing out the hole without bending it.
Oh. Well, they'll bend back.
That's what he said.
That is strange. Maybe it does go in the bottom one. That's weird. Hold on. I know that. What the hell? I don't blame you. This diagram is a little messed up now that I'm looking across the three of them, but it should just work.
Right, now this is more to the orientation that I thought it was supposed to be. If I can do this without somehow pulling the fucking plastic off the sides off. Or the silicone, whatever this material is.
Oh, you mean the bumpers? They'll just, yeah, the vibration pads, they'll just go back on if they come off.
This is how I originally thought it was supposed to go on.
Yeah, sure.
Thought it was supposed to go on like so.
Wait, what are you doing?
I'm showing you! Like, this side is flipped out this way, and it's not connecting, if you see here, like this. This one flipped around to this side, and now it's facing it in an orientation that if I align this properly, and I try to flip this around without it fucking coming off again...
Yeah, the side... It shouldn't have to bend that far.
And then it would secure like that.
Yeah.
In this groove there. Thought that's how it's supposed to secure.
No, that's not gonna work. The way you have it on the other side is correct.
Why is it so hard?
Try a different wire. Maybe the wire is messed up. I don't see how it is, but maybe, I don't know. Because the one on the opposite side is correct. Not from underneath, from the outside. There you go.
Probably should do that to the other side too, shouldn't I? Uh-huh. Maybe that's
wait,
wrong.
no, I'm on a delay. Damn it, you had it right.
So is this side correct or not?
No, that side is not correct.
Okay then, we have established the problem. Carl had it on backwards.
Yes, you did.
Many such cases. This is the entire encapsulation of my point that I was making about pedagogy in the first place. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm effectively guessing.
And I can't exactly see what you're doing other than what you have on camera.
Now, imagine this was a coaching session and the roles were reversed and we were playing a video game. That's exactly how I feel.
Notice I didn't keep yelling at you, you're doing it wrong. It's like, well, you're the one doing it, so eventually you have to figure it out at some point.
Yes. And yet somehow people consider that this is somehow not the equivalency of the exact point I fucking made. It's like with the dude who fucking lost to Keizu. It's like, bro, you're getting your ass whooped against the thing that's pterographing everything it's doing. How are you this bad? And it's like, no, you can't blame me. It's not me, it's my longsword. The longsword that has 3 counters. One of them being an instantaneous touch me and I counter. It's not me doing the inputs. It's the sword that is a CNC machine. I'm not bad. It's the video game that's bad. They programmed it wrong. There are some cases where that happens.
My inputs, dude.
There are some cases where actually players are getting fucked over because of coding. This is not.
Oh yeah. Netcode is a thing. I'm just doing the DSP meme.
Yeah, but it's like outside. If everything's working properly, the netcode's fine, the game is fine, people who are with you in the party are looking at you play and they're being cooperative and helpful, and it's fine. If you're fucking up your part of the engine, but you blame it on something that isn't possible, like blaming things on lag, I can't help
Okay,
you.
wait a minute. Now I'm seeing. Hold up.
It won't come off.
Are you putting them in too deeply? Because they should actually just the wire should just rest on the outside. I think you're hooking it in too deeply.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, look at the diagram.
It looks like they're going all the way through, though.
It should only go on the inside of the hole. It shouldn't come back out on the bottom on the other side. Because that wire is just going to push against the inner wall of the hole. It looks like you're pushing it all the way through to the other side of the hole and then bending it, which is not what you're supposed to do. Okay.
Is that correct?
And it looks like you're putting it on backwards again. What the hell?
Yes, it did.
That's backwards. Okay, I'll wait till the stream catches up. Holy shit. The wire should actually be showing on the front of it when you put it in.
So it has to be on the front?
Yes.
What it's showing me? Showing me to go from the front.
And then it will come down the sides. Yes. Right there. Yes. That is absolutely correct.
Is it correct, teacher?
Yes. Now put that on.
I don't know why this diagram shows it as though it's going behind everything. This is the part that's been confusing me.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant by the diagram is a little goofy, but I've physically done this before. Yep, and then you'll pull on the wires, and there's a very small area groove in the front. You'll see once you start pulling them back.
Yeah, I'm looking at them.
What the fuck?
That's why I said it doesn't look like it goes all the way through. Because I'm looking at the groove, and it's not hitting the groove, which is why I was confused and thought it needed to flip over the other way.
Oh my goodness. Did they fuck up their diagram?
Bolt the fan clip into the groove as shown. You know, the way that it is installed, it does not connect the way that it should. At all. At all. Unless I just didn't have it in the correct groove. No, I have the cooler in the correct groove, but these don't go all the way around to that back spot. Because if it's this little fucking thing that has these, like, flanges at the top that go all the way down the side,
Yeah.
these don't fit into those
Yes.
from when these are here. Because now I have this properly
But
flush
is
to the
it
top
staying?
of it. No.
Is it staying on?
No.
Then the fuck? Wait, that's staying on there.
But, like, the picture says that it has to be on these, right here. Here's my screwdriver. This thing, right there. It keeps showing me it needs to flip into that, and it's not even close. It's not even close.
Yeah.
Like, it's like this
But
outside
is the fan coming off?
Kinda, yeah. Certainly not secured. Not on either side.
Well, it can, like, slide side to side a little bit, but you shouldn't be able to just pull it off.
I can pull it off.
Okay, yeah, then that's not on.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said that these were backwards.
Alright, then try it the other way then. That's strange. Mounting video for this, because either that or they fucked up the manual somehow.
Please come off without stabbing myself. Unless these things are supposed to stretch further.
Okay, what the fuck?
Unless these things are supposed to stretch further than they're supposed to, I don't know what the fuck's going on here.
Yeah, because I just looked at an installation video and they should. What the fuck? Yeah, you got the right wires. What the fuck is going on?
This one of those kinda moments and they made the wires too short.
No, but the wires are the right length. Well, maybe you could stretch the wire a little bit, but that should do it as it goes on.
I have an idea.
Like, I can literally send you a fucking installation video, and
Just send it
it's
to me and I'll
doing
look at it.
what you're doing. Yeah. I just send you one that isn't like fucking pages long. Alright. This one. Alright, so you on Discord. It shouldn't be taking this long, and it's not on you. Alright. I put it in.
right side. I think it's looking for that right there. I'll worry about that in a second. By the way, chat, everybody can join inside of the green room. I'm not sure if everybody knew that or not. You're the one. It's on the ground the same way my case did. One, two, three. There's number 4. It's on. Nice. 5.
What the hell's the screen frozen?
Probably because it's loading the video. Okay, she is applying, or he is applying, I don't know, but that's a very nice shade of deep candy red. Fuck, those are good manicured nails.
Up to the...
But anyways, a little bit blurry, 360. So when they're putting it on, they're applying force and kind of stretching them on. I'm like attaching them, but I'm not pushing down the fan to it with force. And the way that they're installing it is they're installing it like that. They're pushing it on here, pushing it on there, and it's like they're stretching it through and then wiring it through.
Yeah.
So that it secures. Maybe that's what I need to do because it was not fully stretched out before.
Maybe?
Aha, that was the problem.
Yep. Okay, I was gonna say, because you should have been done by now.
It required tension on the tension brackets.
Yeah.
But the problem was
Yeah.
is that when it's like, okay, so I need to just apply them on normally, and then the tension we applied with, nah.
Nah, you guys should do that shit yourself, bro.
Many
I
such
thought you were
cases.
having the problem that they weren't fitting at all. I didn't realize you weren't pushing on them.
Many such cases. You'd think I'd recognize that because it's in the name. Context clues. It's like I can't even fucking read. What am I, Aaron Hansen?
Well, you did it eventually, and that's honestly, seriously, genuinely all that matters.
Well, that is
Because that
true.
means you have actually learned something.
That's true.
What I told that's what I told my coworker at work. He's like, "Oh, I made a mistake," and I told him, "That's good." He's like, "What do you mean?" You identified that you made a mistake. That means you actually learned.
Yeah, I can't be Aaron Hansen if I actually learned something. I'm only Aaron Hansen if I'm forced to realize that I made a mistake.
And he genuinely felt better about that. And then the next time he's making less mistakes because he's.
Okay, so held down in place, firmly into the spot. Tension bracket.
Yeah.
Hold, stalled, Calm down. Physically full. Push it over. See, hers went on easier than mine did. Feel cheated. Feel super cheated. Don't you voila me, goddammit. I don't care how good your manicured nails are.
Oh yeah, they probably pre-stretched that shit, yeah.
But we have successfully identified the problem, chat. We are on our way to not having these problems anymore.
Alright. Yep.
Okay, where do we go to next, Mr. Linus?
Yeah.
Around. Whenever you handle your motherboard, be careful to handle it by the edges or metal components or plastic connectors. That way, you're never actually touching the PCB and putting your greasy skin oils on it. Next, because every CPU socket has a slightly different profile, we're going to need these 4 spacers. This ensures that we don't have either too much or too little mounting pressure once our cooler is installed. The orientation we use to install our mounting bars is going to determine which way our cooler ends up facing. So we can either install it with the fan blowing upward, making use of the exhaust at the top of our kit.
His is already pre-configured.
The mounting system is, Notice it's really similar to what you just did. That's what I meant about Chinese knockoff of an Austrian cup.
Or we can install it with the fan blowing towards the back of our system where the I/O is, and make use of the pre-installed fan at the rear of our case. We're going for a front-to-back airflow configuration, so I'm going to prefer to put it this way.
I didn't even think about that, but I guess this is fine.
That means our mounting bars are going to go like this. Please note, the curved side goes out. Regardless of which spacers or backplates you're using, these 4 thumb nuts are going to hold the mounting bars in place.
Fine.
We won't need most of the rest of these accessories, but there are a couple of things in the common parts bag that might come in handy.
Is that I need these thumb nuts.
These little wire clips allow you to install a second fan on your cooler if you'd like. The low noise adapter caps the maximum RPM of the included fan if you want an extremely quiet experience.
Yeah, because I looked at this and I have thumb nuts, but it didn't look like I needed the thumb nuts. It didn't tell me to use the thumb nuts. It just told me to use the spacers and the screws.
That's correct, because the thumb nuts and stuff are for the Intel side. If you look at the Intel instructions,
yes,
you just have AMD. You don't use all the parts for each one, because remember the black bracket I told you was for Intel and you didn't use it. That's why.
Small box, small white box. Small white box, small white box.
So all that stuff can go in your small white box, and then you could put that in the other box, and you could put your dick in the box if you feel like it. But you're done with the cooler.
No, small white box is what I call Olivia.
Yeah.
Not actually. Although she wouldn't disagree with it. Chad is trying to figure out. Chad is furiously writing down information. Who the fuck is Olivia? I have to know! It's always been a joke whenever I do that to Panda, where it's like, oh, I'm intimately writing down all these details about all these E-celebs, but there is somebody who's writing that information down furiously right now. There is someone who is watching the stream at this moment right now who are looking for details and information that they can use to try and harm me in the future. And they are furiously scribbling down every single bit of what I say. And if they're not doing it now, they will do it later. Someone's gonna do it. Someone.
Yep.
Okay, so I am almost certain that it goes into this, or it goes over this white port here. Right here.
Is it labeled CPU fan?
No, actually, it's labeled RGB header.
Yes. So find the one of that same thing that says CPU fan.
CPU fan here, but I don't see the.
Yes.
I don't see a thing. Where is it? Right here. That's confusing.
Well, when in doubt, look at your manual with a motherboard.
Fell on the floor. Fan, 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 fan. CPU fan, CPU optional, chassis fan connectors, I/O pump connector, 4-pin CPU op, 4-pin CA underscore fan 1 through 3, 4-pin I/O pump. So I'm looking here. And here on this, it appears it is actually a knife. Yeah. That's slightly confusing. So, CA fan and AIO pump.
CPU fan.
Is that what CHH underscore fan is? Because I'm looking for CPU fan and I don't see CPU fan.
No, CHH fan, it should be chassis fan. You're looking for CPU fan.
That's not it either. That's not it either.
What motherboard do you have? Let me look up the manual for that too. Just make this easier.
Tough Gaming X570 Plus Wi-Fi board, Asus. The do-it-yourself guide. Scan for the Asus PC do-it-yourself photo guide. Why don't you have a photo guide already inside the goddamn manual? That's what you're here for.
No, because fuck you, that's why.
Chassis fan 2. Chassis fan 3. COM underscore debug. And then there's a, that looks like 612, and underneath that is labeled socket 1331. I don't feel like talking over my board.
CPU fan should be the one. Yeah, you were looking in the right spot initially. Go ahead.
So which of these two black ones is CPU fan?
It should be the one closest to the CPU, the one that, if you're looking at it from top to bottom, with the I/O on the left, it'll be the leftmost one.
So, knife, where are you? You're in my pocket.
Knife?
Knife! So it should be this one.
Why the knife?
I don't need it. It's not open.
Okay, good.
Pointing with it. This one.
I was gonna say, yeah. Yes, that is it. Yes, correct.
See, we're supposed to label things in such a way that it's very unmistakable.
It should have a label on it.
But see, the CPU fan piece is next to this heatsink. If I were the one that designed it, I would have an arrow pointing to the fucking header.
There should be a silkscreen next to the header anyway. Ain't there?
I don't know what that is.
Silkscreen, literally, all the letters on the board are silkscreened on.
Yes, but this says CPU op, and then CPU fan. And then there's...
Yeah, CPU underscore fan. Yes.
What is this second one that's next to it? An optional fan?
CPU op, yeah. Basically.
You see my eye twitching? That's how annoyed I am right now.
I understand. That is kind of dumb, but it should be labeled. I'm literally looking at the manual. That is the right one that I'm telling you.
Now I'm worried about how this goes in.
It can only go in one way.
One of those pin situations of, do you connect all the pins? Because I can't see it going in on the pins.
Well, the clip will only go
Yes.
into the rail one way. So
The problem that I'm having is it's like, do I
Yeah.
push down? Am I supposed to push down?
yes, you're supposed to push down so that it clicks. If all the pins are aligned, it'll go in. You'll need to use a hair of force, but it'll go in.
Oh, cable management problem.
Got it? Good. Because I have to wake up in about... The fuck time is it? Maybe less than 6 hours.
You'll be fine. Take it under drink. That's what we do.
Oh, for fuck's sake. No, I just need to get some sleep.
You're helping your favorite.
No, but really, I wanted to make sure that you got through the CPU and the RAM and the cooler, because you can figure out the rest of the stuff. You're
Yes.
honestly over the most delicate part.
Can this be like this?
What do you mean?
The cord.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you could actually take the XS and bundle it up with a twist tie if you want, or you could wrap it around. There's a bunch of ways you could do it. Or you could just leave it. Honestly, half the time I just say fuck it and it's fine. Yes, yes, yes. I see you looking at me. You have cable ties, good boy.
I have cable ties, plural. I have more on my bed.
Yeah.
This is a meme right here. This is a meme right here.
Yeah.
Somebody clip this screen.
You
I'm gonna clip this screen.
did you wait? Did you order the LCT ones, or did you just get the ones from
This
like
is
a fabric store?
this is HM rope.
Okay, that's fine.
I didn't
Yeah,
actually
what's
buy
funny is
LCT
that-
store. I should have bought
Okay.
LCTstore.com. Just for ranting
No,
purposes.
no, they're way too, well, they're way too expensive for what they are. But what I realized that you can get a shit ton of like the same Velcro cable ties at like Joann or whatever for like cheap.
We're at a point of the night where all hope has been lost and people are just abandoning me, as they should.
It's not lost. You can take it from
No,
here, man.
no. It's like everybody was here. And it's like, oh, Carl's building the computer. He's stuck on the fan. I'm leaving. I see you all. I see you. Where am I gonna put this? On the bed you go. Okay. Next thing. After I figure out all this clutter. You should see my bedroom floor. It's a fucking mess.
It's the same, but I'm moving soon, so.
What, mother? Can you wait?
No.
That's exactly what she just said. Except she said it in the moaning tone. She didn't say no, she said, okay. I guess I'm gonna have to wait. That shit. People don't understand. My mother is a level beyond. My mother and I are a level beyond Karen. We are at Alversa level. Because that is technically my mother's name, but it's actually my grandmother's name. Black woman being upset in public, angry.
Can you hold the motherboard level to the camera for just a second?
What are you looking for?
Like, edge on. It looked like the cooler was severely tilted, or it could just be the fans are a bit wobbly, or just the camera distortion.
Technically, the camera's looking at an angle. This looks fine.
Okay, alright. If it looks level on your end, then that's fine.
Like, it's not wobbly. I was concerned about the piping.
Okay.
The piping's supposed to go that way. It's actually bending inwards because it's going over the shield. I think that's a heat sheet. Sink shield.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's fine. No, it's the camera. It's fine. Oh no, the VRM heat shield is fine. Don't worry about that shit. What you do?
I had the hiccups. I'm putting the picture on Twitter so that I can then put out a Carl posting. I have to be self-promotional.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to go to bed. Like, yeah.
And now I'm talking to a person.
So
People want to socialize with me. How weird is that? Alright, Mr. fucking Linus, where do we go from here?
yeah.
Case patch. And of course, the thing we were
if I had to take you.
actually after thermal compound. It's actually harder than you'd think to apply too much thermal compound, at least from a performance perspective. You can definitely make a mess. So, on a mainstream TPU like this one that has a relatively small integrated heat spreader, I'd recommend about yay much. And remember, if you're not sure, you can always install your cooler, give it a little smooshy, and then take it off. That way you'll know if you have the right amount. As you can see, we pretty much nailed that. The entire IHS is covered, and there's no gooped out part along the edge of the CPU. I guess we got ahead of ourselves a little bit there though. So to install the cooler, you're gonna need to take the fan off because otherwise there's no way to screw this in here. So you just go ahead and pull these clips back.
Wait, if he has the exact same one, doesn't he have the holes on the
And the
top?
fan should come off a little something like that.
No, it does not.
I recommend lining up one of the screws in exactly the right spot.
Well, that sucks. Fast forward.
And install it right a little something like that. We're going to try and install it evenly. There you go. Lining up the fan with the top of the heatsink there. We just pull these back onto the retention sort of notches on the cooler, just like that. Yep, that looks even. Now we take our fan, can tie it in a little knot so that it'll take up any extra slack that we have. We'll run that under there, and see if we can hit that. Yep, there it is. Okay. Now we'll just tuck that away so we don't have to look at it. Get in there. Get in there, you dirty thing. There. Ooh. That is nice and clean. Looking good. Now you might not have noticed, but as we've been going, I've been putting away all the extra accessories and packaging for the parts that we finished up with. That's for a very good reason. A, it means that you don't have to clean up all that stuff at the end, and B, it keeps our workspace nice and tidy, so we're less likely to knock something onto the floor and lose it or make a mistake. We chose Corsair's 460X RGB because A, it looks kind of nice, which is always great when you're making a video about something, and B, it's got a pretty standard layout compared to most modern cases. Side panels, regardless of whether they're tempered glass, always go back in the box until we're ready for them later. That way you can avoid scratching them. So if we look in here, we've got a bottom-mounted power supply, in this case with a shroud, standard ATX layout, front intake here with filter, and then we're exhausting out the top or the back. I think this case has been used before. I'm not sure if these fans are normally pre-installed up there, but don't worry about it. Minor details. We'll get it all sorted out. As I'm removing pre-installed screws, hold on, I'm just gonna throw this back in here. I always like to use the case foam in between the case panels so they don't rub up against each other. There we go. You'll note that I'm taking all the screws I'm removing from the case and putting them into my magnetic parts tray. If you don't trust yourself to remember where everything came from, here's a nice little pro tip. Right panel. Boop, see? And they'll stay exactly where I put them. I tend to try to do some basic organization before I even start putting anything into the case. So here I'm just taking off the wire management clip that was pre-installed on my front panel connections. I can also scout the layout of my board and make sure that anything that I can is already pre-run to where it needs to go. So USB 3 is either down here on the bottom edge or over here on the right. When I can get away with it, I actually do prefer to use this one. I find it not as ugly looking. Oh right, for those who aren't familiar, this is what the USB 3 connection looks like. You can see it's actually keyed on one side and then there's one blank pin. That corresponds to the key on the slot and of course the blank pin.
I can't see. Priority key, please. They're very helpful that I'm not trying to play music at the exact same time. We're fine a second. Touch. Wait. I haven't gotten you, chat. Also, goodbye, Nick. can actually drop out of Discord now that I don't correctly chat. Save my bandwidth. Save my bandwidth. Ouch. Salt.
Pin on the slot right there. Now there are just two more things that we can pre-run before we install the motherboard. any integrated RGB. So in this case, we've got a lighting controller that actually does not just RGB, but also speed control for our included fans, as well as a hub for it, including a SATA power connector that's already close enough to our power supply that that's a perfectly good spot for it. And of course, our fans. Now, I did say before that we were going to reposition those, so why don't we go ahead and do that. Now, strictly speaking, there was nothing wrong with our all exhaust configuration at the top and the back with a filtered intake, but we're going to be using a pretty power-hungry graphics card here, so being able to put some fresh air across it is definitely going to be an advantage, especially when you consider that modern graphics cards do get better performance when they have better cooling. So I'm going to take one of my 2 fans, run the cables through the bottom here, and I'm going to install it as an intake fan here along the bottom. That'll cool my hard drive, as well as throw some fresh air over to the power supply area. As for my second one, I'm going to go ahead and put that one right here, and I'm going to run my cables through this hole right about here. Now we need to pop off the front panel. On a lot of cases, this involves just grabbing the bottom of it and giving it a sharp yank, but on this one, you've actually got to unscrew these. Now we take off the magnetic filter, get our screws back. We've got these slots rather than just holes, so if we wanted to make slight adjustments to their location, we'd be able to do that. You might notice that your fan screws are a little harder to put in than other ones. That's normal. These are self-tapping screws, and what they're actually doing is they're kind of shredding the plastic as they go through it. Let's throw our filter back on. What I'm doing right now with the fans is I'm kind of untangling the wires. I'm making it so that my RGB wires and my power wires aren't crossing each other, because the RGB ones are both going to go to the same place, down over here in the bottom right, and power is actually going to come up across here and over here. This is really important. Before you install your motherboard, you're going to want to scout out where the fan power connectors are on the board. Now, I like to see them along the bottom edge here or the right bottom edge here. That makes it particularly easy to install bottom or front fan.
Why do you have to be so hard? Every time I go out of the phone, it slides back into the box. Success! Alright. I get 2 fans, dust filters, tempered glass side panels, HDD trays, removable SSD trays. That's where that one goes. Another solid side panel. And the front bezel. We're getting somewhere. This is the bottom of the case. I'm gonna go check if my front door is locked, and then I will be right back. Yes, that is what I'm doing right now, Ma. Touch, touch. I have to wash my headbands. This is all over. I need to wash my headbands. Home stretch, home stretch, stretch, home stretch. I know, none of that shit. So.
Bitch, I'm taking off, I'm floating out of space. Been too many racks, designer on my waist. Shawty said she feeling me, wanna ride my way. She should be my everything, she just wanna be safe. I don't need no new friends, I'm coolin' with my gang. Bitch, I'm all about my money, I don't play. Said, baby, please don't leave, she want me to stay. Shawty fell in love with me, I just want that cake. Just know, 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 just know. Niggas switched up with some views. I can see the way they move. I'm just thankful for my blessings. I don't got nothing to prove. You really wiping that hoe. She just finished at the crew. Take over the world, yeah. You don't see me on the news. They showing fake love, but it's cool. I shine in the dark like a jewel. I'm jumping, she wet like a pool. I got this shit right out of school. I'm not taking off, I'm floating out of space. Too many racks, designer on my waist. Just know, 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 just know.
Nothing. keep saying accessory kit, but I don't see these screws unless they're already pre-installed. I have to assume so. Everything looks pre-installed. Well pre-built. So the exhaust fan is already attached, and the intake fan is also already attached. Magnetic? No, click. The first fan is here, behind the dust filter. And you can see where power supply goes. It also has the ports for the thing. Ugh. Pain.
Fans. Unfortunately, this board, being more of a value option, has the fan connections right here. And then, yeah, there was one more. It's labeled AIO pump, but that's fine. We can still put a fan there. So our rear fan, we're actually going to plug into this one. And then our two front fans, we're going to plug into these two. Unfortunately, that means our cable management's a little bit trickier because we don't want to just drag them all the way across the board. So we're going to go under the motherboard and then up over here for a nice short little run. That's why I'm running these guys right over here. Well, I'm trying anyway. Get in there. Now it's time to install the motherboard. To do that, we're going to need the I/O shield first. I always recommend checking these before you put them in the case and making sure that the tabs on the back here are bent up enough to allow the port through. Otherwise, they can actually stick into the port, short them out, and even fry them. So we're going to do a quick sanity check, make sure we've got it oriented correctly. Yeah, that all looks fine. Now, we install it into the back of the case by lining it up, then pressing on each corner in turn. Once it's in, they shouldn't move around anymore at all. The last thing we need to check is whether the correct standoffs are installed in our case. This one is pretty good. It's actually got the 9 standard ATX ones pre-installed, including one of these handy little nubbin ones that'll hold the board in place for you while you're screwing in the rest of them. But that's not always the case. Sometimes you'll have just these 6, other times it'll have MATX standoffs pre-installed, and that's the most dangerous one, because if you've got an extra standoff scratching along the back of your board, it can actually cut these traces, destroying your motherboard, and you will not get warranty coverage for that. To double check this, we just pick up the board, handle it by the edges, plastic connectors, back plates, whatever else you can get a firm grip on. I really like holding onto the CPU cooler because, assuming you've got one with a decent mounting mechanism, that's a really, really secure handhold for it. As you lower in the board, I like to have it at about a 10 to 15 degree angle as I'm sliding it towards the back of the case. That helps me avoid those tabs that I mentioned before, and also prevents us from scraping the back of the board along any standoffs that might or might not be in the right spots. Now we're going to use that little nubbin to hold it in place and look through every hole and make sure that we can see exactly the number of standoffs that we're expecting to see. You can actually see here that our board doesn't need these 3. It's a little bit slimmer than standard ATX. For bonus points, we could remove these from the case, but because they're not actually touching the back of the board, there's no safety reason to do it, so I'm just going to leave them. Now that we know that's all good, I'm actually just going to pop it out again, and then I'm going to pre-wire up my top fans here. That way I can ensure that my runs are nice and tight and clean. There we go. Not bad, right? Let's go ahead and screw the board in. Motherboard screws and any additional standoffs you might need are always included in the hardware that comes with your case. We're going to be using these 632 thread button heads right here. And if you're ever not sure if you've got the right thing, you can always just hand thread one in, and as long as it goes easily, you'll know that you're not going to cross thread it. Don't wrench too tight on these guys. Once you start to meet resistance, give it maybe another 1/16th of a turn, maybe an 1/8 of a turn. That's it. And look at that, it's in. Now I know what you guys are thinking. Great, now the motherboard's in, we can put the graphics card. No. Now actually on this motherboard, the graphics card would interfere with surprisingly few other things that we need to plug in, but.
Okay. Side panel off. here. Right there. Lay it down. Probably not banging my windowsill. What? I don't know, Ma! I don't know! No, they won't, Mother. It's a secured box with a thermocol foil. They're not getting through the packaging. Not through the cardboard, not through the foam, and not through the film. It's good. It's fine. Chill. Mother, I know. We've already gotten 5 of them. Please let me build my PC. Oh, I'm so stressed. And there was a small baby cockroach inside of my system. I don't even know how. Hello. Can you see that? That's a cockroach on my finger. That was inside of my case. Right there next to my fan. How did that get there? Right. Other side. Aha. They put an entire block right there. They did rerun my cables. That's good. Thank you, Corsair, making my life much easier. There's where the screws were. I think these are the screws. Did I ever let go of the box? That's an ingenious place to put the screws, actually. Oh, and the box is threaded on each side, so it holds it in place. And that's talking with your noggin. Alright. The screws, small zip-tied cables, thumb screws, and even smaller screws. And more zip ties for cable management. Okay, I have a shield. And be fine. That is indeed a Type C. I don't know what that is. That's HDMI. I feel like this should be flush. Maybe this one I wasn't supposed to bend them up? That fit better? Okay, I can see what he's talking about. Yeah, that piece needs to be bent back. And all the way back to the canal. There. Not popping into place. Which has me worried. Case over. So that threads through fine. Doesn't really thread through here, but it doesn't have to. There we go. Now it's popping. Is that too far? Oh, that's correct. How do you open the back? Okay, the form factors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. 3, 6, 9, and the center one to hold the board in place. The front fan is here. Now, should be good.
Then pressing on each corner in turn.
Whoa, hello, TK.
Once it's in, they shouldn't move around anymore at all. The last thing we need to check is whether the correct standoffs are installed in our case. This one is pretty good. It's actually got the 9 standard ATX ones pre-installed, including one of these handy little nubbin ones that'll hold the board in place for you while you're screwing in the rest of them. But that's not always the case. Sometimes you'll have just these 6, other times it'll have MATX standoffs pre-installed, and that's the most dangerous one, because if you've got an extra standoff scratching along the back of your board, it can actually cut these traces, destroying your motherboard, and you will not get warranty coverage for that. To double check this, we just pick up the board, handle it by the edges, plastic connectors, back plates, whatever else you can get a firm grip on. I really like holding onto the CPU cooler because, assuming you've got one with a decent mounting mechanism, that's a really, really secure handhold for it. As you lower in the board, I like to have it at about a 10 to 15 degree angle as I'm sliding it towards the back of the case. That helps me avoid those tabs that I mentioned before, and also prevents us from scraping the back of the board along any standoffs that might or might not be in the right spots. Now we're going to use that little nubbin to hold it in place and look through every hole and make sure that we can see exactly the number of standoffs that we're expecting to see. You can actually see here that our board doesn't need these 3. It's a little bit slimmer than standard ATX. For bonus points, we could remove these from the case, but because they're not actually touching the back of the board, there's no safety reason to do it, so I'm just going to leave them. Now that we know that's all good, I'm actually just going to pop it out again, and then I'm going to pre-wire up my top fans here. That way I can ensure that my runs are nice and tight and clean.
Okay. I can't tell. There.
There we go. Not bad, right? Let's go ahead and screw the board in. Motherboard screws and any additional standoffs you might need are always included in the hardware that comes with your case. We're going to be using these 632 thread button heads right here. And if you're ever not sure if you've got the right thing, you can always just hand thread one in, and as long as it goes easily, you'll know that you're not going to cross thread it. Don't wrench too tight on these guys. Once you start to meet resistance, give it maybe another 1/16 of a turn, maybe an 1/8 of a turn. That's it. And look at that, it's in. Now I know what you guys are thinking. Great! That my runs are nice and tight and clean. There we go. Not bad, right? Let's go ahead and screw the board in. Motherboard screws and any additional standoffs you might need are always included in the hardware that comes with your case. We're going to be using these 632 thread button.
632 head button. I don't know what the fuck those are. Those? No. These flats are SSD screws. So, if these 20 counts are fan screws, then these ones correct ones. I don't fucking know. Here.
And the head's right here. And if you're ever not sure if you've got the right thing, you can always just hand thread one in, and as long as it goes easily, you'll know that you're not going to cross thread it. Don't wrench too tight on these guys.
Okay, if I assume these are the SSD screws, which there should be 8. Yes. And if these are the ones that have the bulge on top, yes. These are fan screws. Fucking thick. And then, outside of these fucking straps, which are goddamn weight, I have Velcro straps, but then I'm looking for the motherboard standoff. Doesn't look like the motherboard standoff. That does look like the motherboard standoff. Yes. Gave me 3 of them. Scared to start screwing them in.
Hello, sir. This is me.
Hi, how are you?
Let me try him one more time. I doubt he'll pick up after midnight, but...
Hello?
Hello, sir. This is me.
Hi, how are you? Hello?
Hello, sir. This is me.
Hi, how are you? Hello?
Hello, sir. This is me.
Hi, how are you?
He's not picking up right now. Gonna have to do it on myself. Okay. Manual. I don't care about that. Cable bar. On the board. HDD, only SSDs. Power unit. Moving the front level. PCIe cards. Controlling the front IOs. PC cover plate, history tray. I want you to tell me and show me where these fucking things go when installing in the motherboard. But you don't. Okay, IOS shields found. Take the chassis. Connect the plate. Place 9 screws in the holes indicated by the circles to secure the motherboard to the chassis. Not over tighten circles. View installation. Okay, so 9 screws. Don't know what these fucking screws are. Probably too big to be these. I know that for this form factor, it's gonna be one in the middle. Now it's stuck in a position I can't get it out of. Be very careful, Carl. Since this thing is difficult to get in anyways, I'm just not going to put that one in. I'm just going to do the screws around the side. Rather not risk breaking anything. Definitely, because it didn't fit. This is so hard. Test these again. Not scared at all. How screwed up it could possibly be. Slightly bigger. No, slightly bigger. Infinito. Those are definitely not the correct one. Okay. I think that was it. We have discovered the case of fucked up screws. Let's see again. Take the dark screen off. Yeah, that's sweet. Uh-oh. Stop. Looks like none of my hair should. Where did the fan go? I don't understand.
Carl, you forgot to take the glasses off.
Whoa, whoa. Ah! Is it a BBQ cooler now? The parts are on the part list. Then the command. Idle of the stream. I'm currently trying to figure out how the fuck am I connecting 3-pin to a 4-pin. Says Nick came in and helped me with everything else, but then left at the end and said, "No, you got it, Carl." I don't think he understands. I don't want to make a simple move without knowing what's happening. I don't even know if I used the right screws. Here's these. Here's the antenna. Here's the cable. And these are for... I've got two. I didn't even put the antenna on. Where does this go? Apparently, it goes into the I/O on the outside. Yes, it goes to the I/O on the outside. Which is confusing as shit. So why isn't this mounted on the inside? Unfortunately, this looks like a fucking mess. Too bad. What to say with cart tie screws. All these are the shortened table ties. And these are the ones that came out of the chassis box. And these go to that. These are fan screws. Here's my SATA cables. I think that's it. Double faced. These are here. To actually reopen the motherboard box. There are indeed no other screws inside, so the screws had to come with the case. Those in here for the M.2. And what are these? I don't know what these are. I don't know where those came from. Pain! Empty, just came out of that box. It's back. So I'm ready to put this on. Don't see any screws that came with. Here's the washers. I don't know what the washers go on to. Back here. Ah, that's what that's for. That's after everything else is done. Okay, that's much easier. Fans. Okay, that's also a 4-pin. So, why is this a 3-pin? Does this connect to a splitter? More importantly, I need to put that last screw in place. I have 7 of them in. I say 7 because I don't have the one that goes on the center form. And try to screw it back in again, but it means my top piece isn't secured. I don't think. Yeah, no. That's not gonna help. Oh, how do I get that back there? I know how you get it back there, Carl. You have a magnetic screwdriver. Carl, I don't have a magnetic screwdriver. Well, whose problem is that, Carl? Ours. Right. Right. Going to make it. Actually, I think I know how I can do this. What, Mother? I'm not going to the kitchen, Mother. I'm building my computer. Yes, I mind. Why do you think I'm always upset when you ask me about money? No, you weren't. go. Cannot locate that screw. Found it. Trying, Gary. It's been very difficult. There was a tech guy who was supposed to help me that I was supposed to call, and I've called him twice and he did not pick up. But then I got Nick, and Nick left after I got posted installed and sent down. Carl, you got it. Now I'm struggling to get the last screws in the form factor. I don't have a magnetic screwdriver. That one will fit these screws in. It's very tiny. I'm very stressed something's gonna be broken. And my mother will not leave me alone so I can build it with confidence and strength. On top of not taking shit seriously. I'm very much at my wit's end. For many, many fucking years, which is really saying a year and 6 months. It feels like years to me. Because they didn't listen to me when I first wanted to put a system together. I've been trying to get this shit right. Now that I've worked hard, done everything I'm supposed to. Where's the cover that goes on this? Done everything I'm supposed to do. It still feels like I'm being fucking punished. For the crime of existing, no less. And I'm just tired of it. Now, because I don't have the things I need, I'm using a pimple extractor system, and my parts of my pimple extractor kit, as a substitute to place a fucking screw. So, my mental sanity is not at its greatest. May not fit the form head, but at least it'll pick the fucker up. Do you build computers in your bedroom, or do you sleep in your computer room assembly? This is my bedroom. My workstation in my office is also my bedroom. Because the proper fucking workspace that was supposed to be the study in the office was being occupied by my brother. And now it looks like a fucking pigsty. Words were backwards. Imagine that. Actually fit. Now I feel like a jackass. Legs hurt. Last one is the standoff. This one, unfortunately, cannot screw in with this screwdriver. I have to do it by hand. It's in such a position that it's positioned in between the slot for the M.2 SSD, what looks like two capacitors. This is what happens if I try to do it. Doesn't go in on top and I can't screw it in. Falls open. I'm scared, still am scared, with this magnetic screwdriver near it, because I'm afraid that the magnet is going to degauss the system. And I'll really do it. That means I'll have to get an entirely new motherboard. And granted, I have this one here, but this is the one that has the 4 slot. The other one that I had was the budget that I originally had, when we had 2 slots. I could be able to install it, but it'll be more work. We tend not to literally just leave a blanket over it, just let dust. We'll try again when I pop my stress. What is that? I have no idea. What is that? Really want to get this should have me. Now that I understand how these on. Blurred, admired is to the side. Ta-da. Even now I still. Right, the left hand is Okay, I can't get it on. So I'm just going to not. There will be 8 screws holding it down in the center, just to be there. With them secured, it shouldn't move. If I had made this decision before I took off the fan, I'd have a lot more sanity. I didn't. Now I'm here. Keep the manual out because I'm going to need it. Plastic covering for this. These are the SSP screws. There it is. I have to reattach these. What? That one. No, I tricked you. It is easy. One side of metal burn down and the other. Here. Plugged in. Now, figure out where the fuck and what the fuck is going on with these. No. Not going anywhere. I'm still worried about the form factor. my problem. Figure out where these fans are going. Okay. Still don't know how or why to do this. Oh, fuck. Please note some fans may have a 4-pin connector, but only 3 wires going into the back. Still can 4-pin PW per whole one size and holes in 4-pin, 3-pin. Connect a 3-pin to a 3 or 4-pin on the mother. And will function normally. Fan connector will have 2 guides. These will need to line up the tab that back. Down to the fan connector. Wow, that'd be great if that said that in the goddamn manual. Fuck me. Okay, so our front intake here. Right order. So it's wired over like so. Okay, nice. Green light. Now comes the three. Not when I needed you to come off. That's why. Do it, Mr. Velcro. Ow. Yes, this fan. Still there. Wait. Yes. Ah! Back. Hardy. Right, sorry, my Twitch crash. Said you were offline. No, I've been here the entire time. That's why there's a timer. It's both a timer to show how long it took me to put the shit together and also a timer for my sanity. Can't give up because technically I can't even sleep until all this shit is off. I don't want to leave it open whatsoever. Now I need a pair of scissors. My legs are jelly again. Lovely. Now, figure out what these fucking are. Power LED plus, power LED minus. HDD LED that W power SW. I don't know what it means. Audio USB 30 and USB 3.1. Where do they go? Minus. Nope. As soon as I get the fucking. Okay. Minus.
Once you start to meet resistance, give it maybe another 16th of a turn, maybe an 1/8 of a turn. That's it. And look at that, it's in. Now I know what you guys are thinking. Great! Now the motherboard's in, we can put the graphics card. No, no. Now actually on this motherboard, the graphics card would interfere with surprisingly few other things that we need to plug in, but still, it does make our lives easier if we go ahead and plug all the things that we can into our motherboard first. So let's do our USB 3 connector now. These have very fragile pins, so you want to get it positioned just right. Before applying pressure, you should hear a small click. And we can go ahead and run the rest of that cable around behind. Woo, nice. Don't try and bend.
That is you. Yes, you. No. How is that sticking on so hard? Wobbles. Didn't think it would wobble.
This too tight, guys. If you bend this off your board, then it's dead. You can go ahead and run that rear fan power connector here. You can see I'm putting a 3-pin fan connector on a 4-pin header. That's fine, just kind of aim to the right. Front panel audio looks just like a USB connector, except that instead of having a blanked out pin at the very end, it's second to the end. So we're going to go ahead and find somewhere to route that. One here seems pretty good. And then we want to bring that through, there we go, right at the very bottom right from the back. And then that's bottom left from the front. Because on most motherboards these days, that's where the header is for it. So we just find the blanked out pin there.
See that? Okay, so screws that came with this were only bearing screws for that chassis. Okay. Under the PTA's.
Line it up and bippity boppity, there it is. We actually don't have front USB 2 on this case, but if we did, it would plug in the same.
Pain.
Fashion right there. One of the pickiest parts of building a modern computer is, of course, the front panel lights and switches. Now, in a perfect world, I'd love to bring these up right underneath where the front panel header is, but unfortunately I'm stuck with either bringing it up through here
Ow, carpet. Two LEDs. Know what that means?
or bringing it through over here. So I guess I'm gonna go this route. If you're stuck with exposed wires, one of my favorite old tricks is to put them in a little braid. So I'm just gonna treat two of them as one. With that out of the way, we can have a look at where everything goes. Lots of modern motherboards actually have them labeled, but there are a few general rules you can follow. The positive pin tends to be towards the left. So here, we can do our hard drive LED, which you can see is the bottom left one first. Positive pin to the left. Next up is our power LED. On many cases, these will be separated into. Now, in a perfect world, I'd love to bring these up right underneath where the front panel header is, but unfortunately I'm stuck with either bringing it up through here or bringing it through over here. So I guess I'm gonna go this route. If you're stuck with exposed wires, one of my favorite old tricks is to put them in a little braid. So I'm just gonna treat two of them as one. With that out of the way, we can have a look at where everything goes. Lots of modern motherboards actually have them labeled, but there are a few general rules you can follow. The positive pin tends to be towards the left. So here, we can do our hard drive LED, which you can see is the bottom left one first. Positive pin to the left. Next up is our power LED. On many cases, these will be separated into individual pins because some motherboards have them right next to each other, others have a gap. This board actually has both options. You can either put them right next to each other here or have a gap there. I tend to just put them right above my hard drive LED. Now our reset switch goes on the bottom right next to our hard drive LED. This one doesn't have a positive wire indicated, but that's because it doesn't matter. It's just going to short those two wires. Same with the power switch, which goes right above that. Now it's time to, no, I'm just kidding. Put in the hard drive. Now, there's about as many hard drive mounting mechanisms as there are stars in the... It tends to be towards the left. So here, we can do our hard...
Front IO. That's not that. Not that. Okay, you there? System panel connectors. I don't even fucking know! Annoying. Turn the lights. That big one is 30. You should be 30. .2 and 1. 2.1. Ah. Can't tell. Clear space. is getting late. In fact, I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's already 2. I can't keep working on this right now. This is gonna have to carry over into this week. So potentially, I'll have to wait another day. Another day. Well, we're almost there. If you want to look at it like that. Much closer than I was months ago. Still not over. Still not over. Okay. So that is the temperate size. Ow, I hurt myself with my leg. Still did it again. Why is that not comfortable? That's here. This box over here. And the monitor goes over. These parts go into my sister's room. Outside. Alright. I have to put something over this. Best application I can think of for food service film. Put it over the IO. Some overhang. That way. Here's for the back of the shield. What else? My head hurts. Okay. Oh. Now. 5:45:02. Oh. Right, I'm going to bed. I will continue this the next time that I stream. Every stream is going to be a PC building stream until this computer is done. And I'm too exhausted. Mentally and emotionally. Bye. 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 Bye now. Goodbye. Bye.